It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Another Wednesday night, another night of the Call of Duty Varsity League. My name is Seymour. With me, Cash. We're here to bring the action for the first portion of this afternoon. How are you feeling today, Cash?
I'm feeling great. We've got, we're down to 2 matches a night, right, before we jump into Valorant later. Well, I guess not us, but, the league jumping into Valorant later. And I'm excited for the matches we have tonight. We've been talking about them for the last hour or so, kind of storylines coming into this. And, yeah, it's going to shape up to be a really good night.
It is. It's shaping up to be a great night from what we're looking at on paper. It's a mystery for people at home waiting to see. But before we get all to that, let's talk about the season format a little bit, Cash, because this season, it's a little different than the last season that we saw, most in particular because throughout this one, you're not only going to get, the conference championships, but you're getting the last chance qualifiers too, going into playoffs, which is such a big deal because it allows for that, that last chance redemption for a couple of these teams.
It's really exciting. It's tough going into conference play-ins and the championship, and then, when you're out, your season's over, and typically your season would end, in a month, the end of October, and now you get a chance where, hey, you get the opportunity to play in, still get a spot in playoffs possibly, and look forward to that in-person grand finals there the first week of December. So I love LCQs. I think it just adds another depth and dimension and kind of drive out of teams where you can chalk it up if you're, not a good team and your season's over, well, you still get another chance to go in and go crazy. So I think that's really awesome to bring in here. And I mean, given our matchups tonight, again, talking about these teams, I don't know that many of these guys are going to need LCQs.
No, these teams, they look primed and ready for a new season. In our match number 1 of the day, we got University of New Haven going up against Southern Arkansas University. In our match number 2, we got Minnesota State University of Mankato going up against Nicole State University Colonels Esports. And then in match number 3, we're switching from Call of Duty over to Valorant. We get to see a whole new set of games going on for the last match of the day, which is going to be exciting too. You're looking at Irvine College versus WSU. Can't wait to see how those teams match up against, because Valorant, it's new to NACE, and a lot of teams, they get to prove themselves on yet another game format.
It's exciting just to have all of these different opportunities and outlets, like you said, for your collegiate team to perform, to get reps, to do all of these things. So it is exciting that gets brought on to NACE Star League. And I mean, here at COD, again, we have so many great teams, kind of flexing those COD muscles here and showing us what they've got. And so many teams focused still, the conversation coming into, Call of Duty Vanguard, at least for the NACE Star League, was the season was, okay, do you have that drive? Do you have that, grit to play out the rest of the season, to finish strong instead of focusing on Vanguard? And to a lot of our surprise, people are locked and ready for this. And with scholarship pricing like this, there's no better reason to be locked than for $2,000, $1,500 worth of scholarship pricing here, depending on your placings. And I mean, again, if the pride of winning isn't worth playing for, well, scholarship pricing is also something.
No, we got to see in week number 1, teams were flourishing in this previous title, looking to, band together as a new roster or, stick together as an old roster and try to make waves going into the 2022-2023 season of their collegiate team. But I want to give a big shout out to Extra Life. Nace Star League wants to thank all of our sponsors, including Extra Life. And you yourself can go check them out by heading over to extralife.org for more information on how you can help change the future with games. So go check them out. That's extralife.org. Big shout out to them too, because having a sponsor like that, it's good to see some great organizations here in the collegiate scene to help try to push things forward. But let's take a look at the format for the day, Cash.
Absolutely. So, it's run-of-the-mill COD League rules set. If you are a new viewer here tonight, what we're going to be witnessing is a best of 5 game series in order to win. Our map pool that we have to choose from tonight is Berlin, Bocage, Desert Siege, Gabatu, and Tuscan. So, standard Call of Duty League rule set, the competitive format, and I love a best of 5, man. I really do. Not often do you get to see that game 5, but we got a taste of it last week. Unfortunately, you weren't here, so hopefully there's more in store for us tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that match 2 that we're getting, I am expecting that one to go all the way to the end. But let's take a look forward now at our rosters for our first match of the day. Like I said, the University of New Haven Chargers going up against Southern Arkansas Mule Riders. And when you look at the hand of the Chargers, it's got Zin, BPR, Shadow, Relic, going up against the Mule Riders, where you're looking at KBN, Sutro, Lethal, and Golfer. This is going to be the Eastern Conference as well. For those who are interested in looking into the standings, you can head over to the NACE Star League website and check out how these teams are faring up. But right now, University of New Haven, 2-1 start, whereas, Southern Arkansas, only 1-1.
And for Southern Arkansas, their first week, they were 3-0'd by St. Edward's, a very reputable, collegiate program if you've been around the scene. And then last week, they won due to a forfeit. So they're essentially, I don't want to say bye in a sense, but, they had a week off where the match was forfeited. That's a chance to get more reps in to prep for this week. I think, I don't want to say a lot of pressure, it's still very early on in the season, but there's pressure in a sense to where if you come out and you beat New Haven tonight, you have the opportunity to jump them, right? They're going to fall to a 2-loss team, you're still going to remain at 1 loss, and you'll jump them in the standings, and put yourself, just again, set yourself up in a good position as the season continues to progress. So a bit of a test tonight for Southern Arkansas to say, hey, this is going to be a tough team, you need to come out and play. Can you withstand some adversity and come out on top? That's definitely going to be something I'm looking at.
Yeah, definitely. You're looking at this team to almost prove themselves in what they can bring to the table going up against the Chargers, whereas the Chargers, they've been a little bit back and forth. They've had a very convincing win and a very convincing loss. So kind of balancing on the edge of the middle line right now, where we're looking at the maps of the day through our best of 5. Tuscan, Bocage, Tuscan, Berlin, Tuscan. I was expecting this, Cash, to see a lot of Tuscan in Berlin, but at least we get the Bocage for the S&D.
Early on. We get it early on. Generally, that gets slotted in our Game 5. So, of course, I love a Game 5, but I also would love a 3-0 because I'm not here for Berlin all that much anymore. I guess at the tail end of the Vanguard season, I'll say that. But yeah, I'm excited. Berlin is a respawn. Is going to be a good one for map 4 if we get there. But getting to see that Bocage slotted in at map number 2 is something that you don't generally see. So I'm excited to see how that goes sandwiched in between 2 Tuscans.
Yeah, we get to see at least, 2 Tuscans in both of the respawns. So this is going to be a highlight in map number 1. Definitely going to be honing in on the Mule Riders for this one to see how they can, go toe-to-toe with this Chargers roster. They haven't really proved themselves. It's what we're talking about. So a couple of these players, they need to show up, and they need to show up right in this first map Tuscan, since we get to see it in both of our starting respawns. And I think if you're going to highlight anybody for this team, it's going to have to be those submachine gun players. We talked about it all year in Vanguard. The submachine guns in Vanguard were such a pivotal role because with how fast-paced it is, if you're not going to have your subs on top, it's going to put too much pressure on your ARs to rotate around the map.
It really does. Submachine gun play is so critical. Now, of course, on Tuscan, you think even back to the professional, like the COD League and stuff, you think about how ARs play on this map and ARs like Celion, like Dash, how they really enjoy getting around this map. But again, that, like you said, that pressure is more so on the submachine guns to perform. Your ARs can shine when your subs are getting around and making things messy around the map. Like you said, you don't want to put too much pressure on them to have to pick up some of that rotating work, some of that quick engagement work. You want to be able to fly around, make things messy, keep the opponent looking for you, and that way your ARs can get some free picks. So definitely a great focus coming into tonight for sure is whatever team can come out and get their SMGs frying early is definitely going to be the team that finds more success, given that we're beyond Tuscan for both our respawns.
Yes, it is. Now we're getting a little fly through over map for maps 1 and 3. We get to look at the setting. That hill right there, right dead center, in the middle of that pillar, is going to be the first that we go to when this opens up. For those that are interested in wondering how it's going to match up, you're looking at a team to kind of flip spawns early in this one. If you don't have the better side for the rotations over to P2, you want to make that your main focus in rotating around the map and ripping it away from your opposition. So now that we hop into this first map, now that we hop into Tuscan, we can get things going for our Wednesday night Starlink.
Kicking things off here with the side of New Haven. They are going to have the technical favorable spawns for P1, but as you said, Seymour, you want to try to push through, you want to flip those, get the right-hand side of the map secured, but, well, we got 60 seconds to worry about that, and right now they're taking control of P1. First 2 kills go their way, and would you look at that? Player 3 and BPR already slipped through, already killing players off spawn.
And Lethal has no idea, but BPR, he is focusing in the long run right here through P1 and P2. You can see those red arrows are going to spawn up just a little bit more, so BPR still has some work to do, although standing tall on the inside of this hill, New Haven have yet to be taken down, and we do see a break for a moment. Here comes the collapse back in for the Chargers. BPR leading the way back in, lines up another 2, but it's not enough to take the Mule Riders out just yet.
Even if Arkansas are able to get the, last portion of this P1 hill, that's a win, right? You got 20 seconds. You also got the spawns. At most, at this point, they're still going to have a lead if they got the rest of it. They find a way to get scrap time. They find a way to get kills on transition. A perfect opening here for the side of New Haven.
And now in the rotation, this is what the Chargers wanted. This is what all of BPR's efforts so early on were focused on, having this rotation so clean. You get that forward down on the feed, you look at the mini-map instantly, and you can see how staggered out Mule Riders are all around the map. The closest one in this is going to be Golfer to try to make a difference, but as Relic's going to shut down that flank, all eyes forward for the Chargers. It's chaos on the inside. It's going to be 2 down for them as the Mule Riders, they do break in for the moment. They get a little bit of time underneath their belt here for this second hard point, and they're going to hold on to it for now as well. As you can see, the big slang around the hill is managing to keep Sutro alive. As New Haven, they struggle for a moment to get back in, but eventually they tumble on through.
They got a bit of time there. Now with scrap time up for grabs, it looks like they're going to get it. Unless player 4 and Zen can go big here, and well, as he has been the entire time, definitely going to keep that scrap time messy. Going to get about 7 seconds or so as the rest of the players for Southern Arkansas focus on rotation, and Relic opens up with a win on transition. So again, this first portion of time looks to be fairly cleanly locked down by the side of New Haven, and well, we'll see if they can hold on to more of it, because right now they have double the score line of the side of Southern Arkansas, and they're looking very comfortable on the map.
Shadow does a good job to play his live. Now Mule Riders going up for the break. Lethal spearheading. He's going to go down to Shadow on the inside, but the trade's going to take nobody in the hill now. Intellect this time. KPN for the cross. Relic set up in the position. That's 3 in a row. It's 5 for the streak. A couple more going to grant himself the glide bomb in the long run for this one. So you're looking at Relic try to get things under control for his team, and he does. Glide bomb acquired now for the Chargers, but they're losing a lot of time here, Cash. Relic, he's finding all these kills, but they're not really getting anything out of it yet.
Not getting much time at all, and even though Southern Arkansas are going to get the rest of this, they're still going to find themselves down by nearly 30 points. So that was a hill they would like to run back and, of course, get more time off of that given the spree that Relic went on. But Relic got full streaks, so you'll take what you can get from that. Once again, they win another rotation, look to attack on more and more points to this lead, and once again, for Southern Arkansas, you are fighting off the back foot, trying to get an early break onto a hill where you're starting to desperately need points as they look to cross this 100-point mark.
That's been the struggle. The rotations from hill to hill definitely dominated by the Chargers, and it reflects in the score. Another break set up, but shut down with 4 clean kills coming through from New Haven. Now looking again for the respawns, and it doesn't seem like Southern Arkansas can get anything going just yet. Lethal's going to try his best, and his best is going to be 2 to break on in for now until, you know, the comfortable New Haven players turn around and take him out. And you talk about a player who's been lights out from start to finish, a force to be reckoned with through the Chargers. BPR on that sub roll, exactly what we asked for at the start of this, Cash. He is putting up numbers.
And the rest of the team is as well, all of them nearly double positive, if not more. Again, the slaying is the most dominant portion of this. Of course, hill rotations, as we've alluded to. I mean, New Haven, they're 5 for 5 on winning rotations. That also has been made much easier by, would you look at that, another 3 down in the feed. They're finding ways to get these clean kills on transition, and it's just making it hard for Southern Arkansas University to find a way to get in. Lethal is the only one, not only finding hill time, but finding kills on the map, and when you don't have teammate support like that, with the other team firing on all cylinders, it is very hard to find a way to get movement, to get any kind of footing in and around the map. This is just one where, unless they can start rolling quickly, this one could very much get out of hand.
The sub Mule Riders has been doing as best as he can to just keep this team in it. 137 to 67 right now. It's almost double the points down for Mule Riders. Another rotation, it looks like, for New Haven. A little bit early this time as they're going to concede the back half of that hill. It should be around 90 seconds for Southern Arkansas. At the end of it, there is going to be a last little bit of a 1v1 for that scrap time, and Relic will actually walk away with those 2 kills. So right now, if you're Mule Riders, you need to put a lot of focus on this rotation. You need to break this as quick as possible.
You lost 20 to 30 seconds. Well, you lost the first 20 seconds and didn't get clean time after that. The first go round, you really struggled to get P2. And I mean, okay, I guess from there, let me just say, they've struggled to get time this entire game, of course. Like we said, that's reflecting in the score line. That's something that we've continually seen. They have to find a way to not throw one off live this. I mean, player 6 is going to run up, and if they don't wait for their teammates, they're going to find a way to get killed as Shadow chops that down. And now you have players challenging through mid. Again, just getting picked off one by one. It hasn't looked cohesive. It hasn't looked like a decisive team effort for any of these pushes. Whereas for the side of New Haven, it looked very clean. Their shape has held throughout these hills and their different holds. It's just night and day performances coming out for these teams, and well, the Chargers are being rewarded for it.
And the positioning of the Chargers, too. I mean, you talk about the crossfires that they're holding on this hill right now. Zin has barely been pressured off of this heady with this AR, so that's almost 60 uncontested points there for New Haven to rotate over to P2. Now 184 to 85, a 100-point lead for the Chargers. They're already looking to cut off the rotations too. Shadow's going to be here in the 1v1. KPN will walk away with at least the kill, but the damage has been done, and I don't know if he could do this all on his own. He is going to jump out and manages to find at least a kill. The Relic is second on the BPR will be there. Shadow tries to get the trade, but it's going to be too late. Sutro's there to back up his fallen comrade, and somehow, some way, Mule Riders, they make sure to keep this a little bit chaotic.
That's, you know, they're going to need more than that at this point. We're beyond the point of chaos. Now that New Haven has crossed 200 points, it's got to be clean rotations, it's got to be clean holds. Even if you give up this last 20 seconds, it has to be a clean rotation to P3. I don't think that's going to be the case, but they have been trying to keep it messy, trying to keep those guns warm. You just haven't been able to slow down the side of BPR and Zen, who are having just pop-off slaying performances here in map number 1. Now the foot race 3-1. Towards this P3 hill, and I'm imagining player 5 is going to get shot in the back here very soon. That's going to be the case, and now in rotation, just needing 28 points to win it. This is New Haven's to close out.
All of a sudden, Shadow gets the world, finds 3 in a row, completely shutting out the Mule Riders. Now looking for more, as Zen's going to invest a glide bomb. It's looking like University of New Haven, they want to put this map away, and they want to make it look clean as ever. Playing for the 100-point club, BPR anchoring on the inside of the hill. Has Relic all the way in that back position for Fountain. This is where he was a turret last go around. He's only going to be good for 2 this time before the Mule Riders break on through. But 232 to 92. I'm expecting this to be a when, not so much an if.
Should be on P4 as what I think is the 3rd or 4th streak called. I feel like everyone's been on streaks at this point. The 2nd for Relic getting called in. 31-9, 28-9 for Zen as well. 3 players with over 60 seconds of hill time. You can't write a more perfect hard point than what the Chargers have shown us here in map number 1. And if the series continues to go like this, well, I expect this to be a quick night.
Well, look at that. We asked, what can Mule Riders bring to the hard point to shut down Chargers early on? Well, they're almost too quiet in that first hard point. On Tuscan, they didn't make too much of a ruckus throughout it. There was a little bit of glimpse of hope when you saw a couple of pop-off moments from some individuals, but it wasn't consistent. It wasn't enough. And you look at the likes of BPR, Zin, and Relic, all 3 players just not letting go of the gas pedal, and they just run through that first map of the day here in our Call of Duty Varsity League.
They really don't. Even Shadow, again, all 4 players with fantastic stats across the board. Great hill time, great, like you said, pressure, positioning, awareness, everything going right for this team. They could do no wrong. And here with our final play, this was the 3-piece out of Shadow to give them most of that time and essentially close out the game.
Such a big one, too.
It was just critical. I mean, again, the awareness to know where the pushes are coming from. You know that they've been single channeling through lanes the entire map. Well, all you have to do is turn and pre-aim, and there you've got a kill. Shadow doing just that, taking care of business. We're going to go to Bakash for map number 2, but given how all the subs performed for the side of the Chargers, I don't anticipate it going much differently.
No, and if you're looking at a way to counteract this going into the Search and Destroy, it definitely has to be the pacing. I think when you saw a little bit of comfortability for the side of the Mule Riders over in Southern Arkansas, it was the slow play. They waited their turn. Yeah. They took the fights on their own terms, and when the push came to shove, they were able to, piece together 1, maybe 2 together when they were breaking hills as a full squad. So going into this map number 2 on Bokaj, things can get quick very fast. And that's what I'm expecting out of Chargers. I'm expecting them to just run through the gate, see if they can overpower their enemies. I think Mule Riders, if they come out prepared, if they wait for that and expect the pressure and aggression, they could wait back and find a few opening picks.
You have to be willing to play patient. You can't get antsy on defense. You're the one that, you're waiting for the offense to make the play. You technically wouldn't have to move, right? If the timer ran out, you win the round by default. So again, if they can slow down, like you said, be patient, hold some pre-aims, I think they can get a couple over aggressive first bloods, play around that, and find a way to stay alive in this series, no doubt. It's a matter of, can they execute on having patience? Are they going to get antsy? And again, so often whenever you're playing against a team that plays so fast, you feel you have to play at their tempo. It's going to take a good IGL. It's going to take a good coach to say, this isn't our play style. Let's slow down. Let's hold some frames, find some free kills, and work on our momentum from there. An interesting thing to note for the side of Southern Arkansas, they are going to have Golfer subbing out and then Boozy subbing in for the Search and Destroy. Maybe that's the pacing change that they're looking for as well, having an S&D sub. We'll see what that brings to the table, but you definitely have big shoes to fill in the sense of the roster needs someone to step up. Can you bring life to this team here in the Search and Destroy?
And I'm hoping that's what we get out of their new substitute for the team. It hasn't been a question mark through, collegiate play, through the CDL and franchising. Are subs that are specific to game modes worth it? Well, moments like this where we get to see that substitute come in for Search and Destroy, we get to really kind of evaluate if this is actually, what you need in a team to, put together a full squad. And this is a moment where if you're looking at Southern Arkansas to turn things around, should be in this moment where you're showcasing your quote-unquote S&D superstars come into the mix and hopefully turn the tides of battle. Going 1-1 wouldn't be too bad after losing a hard point like that. So if they can bounce back here, they put themselves right back into contention for this game. You move over to Control and apologies, and the Chargers, they haven't looked too good on Control. In fact, their only loss, when they were winning, was on Control. It was a 3-1 victory over ICC back in round 2 or in week number 2, and that one loss was in Control. Went all the way to round number 5. If Southern Arkansas are looking for a way to turn this around, it's going to be in maps 2, 3, and 5.
Yeah. Absolutely. They have to find a way to get a respawn, of course. Like you said, subbing in an SD player, you get that spotlight on you where it's like, hey, we're plugging you in, hoping that you can give us the boost we need to get a map win. That's why you invest in these players. So maps 2 and 3 of the utmost importance, and if you can do that, well, you should be all but guaranteed a map 5. If not, close it out in 4. So I expect New Haven to continue playing with the aggression that they have been, with the confidence and with the awareness, right? You don't just lose your game sense and awareness from map to map. I expect them to be completely ready to, again, have a dominant Search and Destroy performance. The ball is in the court of Southern Arkansas. We've been talking about this so much because, again, it's up to them to respond now. You see a hard point like that, and you can't help but be convinced that, okay, the squad wants to come out and get a dominant win tonight. How does the other team look to respond now that they took, like you said, a beating like that in map number 1? You do see teams often enough, right, take a bad respawn loss, bounce back in the Search and Destroy, and look like a completely different team going into map number 3. Hopefully that's the case here for Southern Arkansas, and they can shake that loss off, bounce back here, and look good going back to Control on Tuscan. But for New Haven, I mean, it's business as usual, right? They're going to punch in, do their thing, and try to put this one down in 3-0.
Yeah, the only thing is that I'm worried about is the Chargers. They looked lights out in that first map. Like
electric. One of the more perfect hard points.
Mistakes that they were making against this team. You know, a few mistakes maybe when holding the hills, but the rotations were good. The gunfights they were taking were good. And even when they were in the hills, you know, on hills, you know, 1 and 3, they were setting up proper crossfires. So you know that this team is practiced. They have an idea and they have a strategy to execute on. I could see that carrying over into the search and destroy if they come out with those strategies. If they come out prepared, we might be looking at another steamroll like you've been alluding to going into game 2. So hopping into this Bocage, I need to see something out the gate that brings life back to the Mule Riders.
For the side of the Mule Riders, that's what you can only hope. That they can find a way to spark some kind of fire to get back into this one, to keep themselves alive in the series. And having a look at the squad, it doesn't appear that Mbuzi is in for the side of Southern Arkansas. So whatever reason they called that audible to make the change, we'll have to see. They're deciding to keep the same team. Maybe they're feeling the chemistry. But either way, with the first blood is going to be the side of New Haven. And from there, they're going to get aggressive on defense around it. Already pushing through river is Relic.
Oh yeah, Relic. Kind of in enemy territory. Should be able to find another freebie there. KBN doesn't look the right way. And 1 by 1, the cookie crumbles there for University, or Southern Arkansas University. First round, comfortable as ever for New Haven there. I mean, that first blood opened up so much opportunity. And we got to see the point of view of BPN there. As soon as that first blood came through, everybody stepped forward from the Chargers. Nobody stayed back. They all took one big leap forward.
And that's such a smart play because you take away more map. I mean, again, I know that sounds simple after I just said it, but you take away more of the map. That's less of the map you have to work through. Okay, I got this first blood. Everyone clear out another portion of the map. Let's move forward. Let's start to close them in. They do just that. I mean, Relic shot a player in the back. You know, it's just, again, clearing out that much of the map makes your life that much easier. And again, aggressive already. Shadow up above ladder gets another player here back. Tang gets that kill. He's in your spawn. We're not even 30 seconds into the round, and 3 people have fallen. I can't believe it. Again, the aggression this team plays for, and it goes unchecked and unpunished, is just something teams should be. If you're watching this, you should be noting they play aggressive. Period. You know, there's no ifs and buts to it. They play aggressive, and it works for them. You have to be willing to sit back to counter this team.
And Mule Riders a little bit scattered right now. Golfer's been doing as best as they can do in this situation. At least piecing together 2 inside the round, finding some pretty simple gunfights, players looking the wrong way, but as soon as BPN holding the head, he gets a shot at that gunfight, he's going to win it out and put 2 rounds on the board, back-to-back for the Chargers inside of Bocage. And you said it yourself, I mean, you said it perfectly. You cannot, you know, overlook the fact that right now this aggression from University of New Haven is going unchecked. And if that stays true throughout this series, that is going to be the pain of the existence right now for the Mule Riders.
In the hard point, it was Lethal, who was really the only one to get going in the slaying department here through 2 rounds. Golfer has been the only one by way of a 1v4 clutch, able to find kills. Now you get Lethal on the board as well. You trade even for the first blood, so this round, at least playing a bit better. But once again, you look at who's moving around, who's through your spawn. It's BPR, shooting people in the back and barn. Again, none of the flanks are getting covered. You can't expect anything different to happen if you are willing to cover those. But KBN putting it to 1v1, and you know BPR is your spawn.
And the only thing is that's going to be hard is recovering the spawn without knowing exactly where BPN is. KBN, you know, a player who did heat up a little bit back in that hard point and showcased, you know, like I was saying, that little glimpse of life that, you know, that what could have been for the Mule Riders. But look at the information that BPR is gaining right now. Knows nobody's over to B, so head over to check A. The only unfortunate factor is the little ring around the rosy through the map, and it seems like BPN now is, or BPR is going to know exactly where to look. KBN going to get a little bit of a wake-up call. Here's the noise, but wasn't able to get the gun up in time. Backs up through that site, but just cannot get ready for the gunfights. That's 3 rounds in a row. BPR, he does it again.
They play so elusively, the subs do, for the side of New Haven, that's what you get rewarded when you can play as aggressive as they do and but it's intelligent, right? They're not playing, with carelessness. It's very calculated what New Haven is doing. When you can play that aggressive and that calculated, the other team is guessing all the time. They're constantly looking over their shoulder to where your next move could be. When you have that kind of control over the pacing of a game, you can just get free kills like shooting players in the back, like opening First Bloods 3 rounds in a row out of Relic. You're constantly keeping the other team guessing. Look at Lethal has not stopped spinning since being in Hut, is able to find a kill. But again, you keep them guessing so much that you're awarded fantastic timings.
Oh, Lethal. Zin's ready for him, and that's going to be numbers advantage over to the Chargers. The retake. Everything's going to be banking off the timing here of this pinch, but Sutro's not going to check up top. Shadow's going to have a freebie, and Zin holding the barn strong. It's going to be 4 rounds in a row for the Chargers as that momentum from map 1. It has not skipped a beat in map 2. New Haven. They may have just come off of a loss or a win versus ICC back in round 2, losing out on that control map, but it seems like going into round 3 or week 3, they look like they're ready to bounce right to the top of this division.
They're definitely trying to make that name for themselves, and well, I'm 2 rounds away from being completely convinced, right, that who is going to step up and try to counter this team. Again, River, the fact that River has gone unchecked 4 rounds into this is mind-boggling because Relic and Co have pushed through there every time. It's the bomb down in their spawn. It's the push already through River for free. It's just, at this point, Southern Arkansas is just not playing correctly. They aren't covering. They aren't doing the things that have been given to them this map, right? If you know they have to get aggressive through River, play for that. Play for that first pick until they stop doing it. But now you've put yourself in a bind where you're stuck in Grandma's and you don't know where the next player's coming from.
Well, the adaptations aren't there just yet. And now, map point for University of New Haven. In that round, Sutro able to at least find one for the team, but still not enough to get things going for the squad here on Bokash Search and Destroy. And I mean, you're definitely, hitting the nail on the head right there with that unchecked River push. The information that New Haven are gaining round after round, it's immeasurable in what we're seeing inside of this series. Right now, undeniably, New Haven are looking like a better team inside of this series. Through the hard point, through the search and destroy. Now 1 round away from putting themselves 2 up in the series. You see Shadow's going to find the first blood. That's going to force the repositioning of a few. Sutro, quick trade here, but Zin, who slipped the line, immediately putting numbers back in favor of the Chargers. KPN's going to have to go big here for the gunfight, but now just needs to play the life. He's going to give things away. Zin recovers the bomb. And Shadow with a sniper is going to do KPN dirty. Last alive all the way in the back. Lethal, 1v3. At least the bomb's not planted. A little bit of wiggle room here for Lethal, but it looks like the hunt is on for this last player. Shadow goes down, 1v2. Know exactly where he is. Relic not too far away. And that's going to be the round. That's going to be the map. 2-0 up
Wow.
will be New Haven.
And one thing I want to note specifically from that round is how Zen had taken that gunfight off of A-Plat stairs against, I believe it was KBN. KBN ran through tunnel. I looked at the minimap and I saw arrow number 6 Shadow running straight towards B. You know the comms are clean because as soon as Zen disengaged from that gunfight, number 6 and Shadow's arrow turned right towards tunnel exit. Okay, a player's going to be coming out there. Shadow was given the free kill at that. So again, the comms are flowing beautifully. The gameplay, the awareness. I can't say enough that this New Haven Charger squad is doing right. We're this late in a title, this early, of course, in the collegiate season, but this squad has it figured out. This is some of the more impressive Call of Duty I have seen in a while, for sure.
Yeah, we get a look back there at, KBN piecing together too, putting himself in a 1v1 scenario. If you get that, who knows what kind of a Bokash Search and Destroy we would have gotten there from Southern Arkansas. The unfortunate thing is, we talked about it so many times, I don't want to keep, harping on it too much. The communication didn't look alive for this team. I think Mule Riders, they seemed a little bit disconnected through the map. The communication definitely not helping each other out, and the adaptations were not there to counteract anything that the Chargers were bringing to the table. So heading into this control, if I don't see a complete brand new face of Southern Arkansas University, I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to root for this team to make this comeback against New Haven, because right now the Chargers has solidified themselves in the series as the better squad throughout the first 2 maps. A 6-0 victory on Search and Destroy, a 100-point club in the hardpoint. I mean, the numbers don't lie there. Right now, Chargers are putting themselves on the map for the Eastern Conference.
They absolutely are, and again, I think you said that so well. You can tell if a team is performing well but trying to make adjustments in the fact that you're seeing them try to make those adjustments. But in that Search and Destroy, like you said, unless Southern Arkansas come out a completely different looking team, they simply, you look at the S&D gameplay and they just weren't making simple adjustments that could have helped them get around on the board. They weren't making the obvious adjustment. Okay, you know, maybe you slow down and try not to get first blooded. Even then, just start with, on offense, let's watch the river push. 3 rounds in a row, Relic has gone through there unchecked and gotten a first blood. Let's sit back and wait for that. Those are just that's something that's telling me that comms are disconnected. It's telling me that they, again, maybe just not trusting each other as a team in a sense of no one's picking that up. Again, for me, that's just not clean comms. You aren't making those simple adjustments. How are those going to replicate in a respawn where it's much more chaotic, much faster, something where comms have to be on point? I'm just not seeing it from Southern Arkansas tonight. But for New Haven, again, it's been electric from them from start to finish, and all they have to do is finish strong.
I don't want to talk down on the Mule Riders all night right here when you got the Chargers on the other side of the board playing out of their minds. The vibes are immaculate. The confidence is there. And they're looking to now piece 2 weeks in a row for dubs here inside of the Call of Duty Varsity League. So going into this 3rd map, Tuscan Control, you know, it's kind of another day in the life right now of the University of New Haven. When we saw them back in the hardpoint, what made them so good on that map was the amount of patience that they had inside of the objectives. The crossfires that were set up between Zin as well as Shadow and BPN, just forcing the gunfights to be kind of funneled in through one line of sight, exactly where your AR is going to be pointed to. If I can see that same recipe here in map number 3, I can see a 3-0 sweep for the Chargers. And
for the Chargers, you know, the only thing you could say, and you alluded to it earlier, as far as improvements goes, is they did get broken a few times in those hills, but their determination to re-break into a hill, they fought for scrap time on nearly every hill when they, I mean, teams that are up by over 100 points, usually they're just like, chalk it, we'll just get the rest of the points, you know, in this next hill. They still fought for scrap time. They still fought to get back into those hills, which I think is a real testament of, you play it like it's a 250 to 249 game where every point matters and you have to fight in for scrap time. So their ability to re-break was impressive as well. So I trust that if they lose shape, if they lose defensive form and get broken and a team tries to quick stack, I expect them to, again, have, with intensity and urgency, the ability to break back into a hill and regain control. So that's something I want to see them look to improve on here. And control is, okay, if Arkansas is able to get a 4 down and get on the hill, how do you guys adjust from there and look to make the play to get back on?
I couldn't agree more. That will, that determination to win, New Haven, they have showed it from start to finish here in the first series of the day for our Call of Duty Varsity League. Now looking to put the cherry on top with the sweep through Tuscan Control. Can they get it done? Going to be hopping on board on the other side. Southern Arkansas, they need to turn a new leaf. They need to really dig deep and show us what they're made of. And that they can compete here in the Eastern Conference, because they have yet to give us anything. As we're going to be starting off with University of New Haven on the offense, we got to look to see if the Mule Riders can put a stop to this on their defense.
We do see Mbuzi in for the side of Arkansas, already on a flank as well, but it's read by Zen. You get that change of pace for a player now coming into a respawn, right? You maybe start to relieve some pressure, maybe get a quicker change in tempo to keep up with the side of New Haven. We'll see how this looks to pan out, but very quickly, with only 10 seconds off the board, New Haven just one moment away from capturing his A site and already having presence over it. B, another flawless respawn.
5-0 to start things off. On pace for streaks. The first stick looking to be cemented here over to the B zone. Forced off by the Nays, but still well alive and well in control of this side of the map. Now looking to get aggressive. The spawn golfers could be shut down. Number 7 in the sight lines. That's a glide bomb for BPR to start off this control. A tick at B, A zone done and dusted. 2 minutes on the clock right now for New Haven, and the Chargers, they're looking to start off strong now. 8 in a row for BPR. He's going to duck out for a moment, but it's 3 down to the feed, and now the Chargers looking to get this one done. BPR, it is just dessert from here on out. Everything else he can grab. as you're looking at Southern Arkansas scrambling to get back into form to see if they can even touch this B zone. For now, is the slow progress is giving them so much opportunity, but the gunfights are never going their way.
They ended on a 15 kill streak, had an 18 life advantage, got all 6 ticks of progression. Again, I cannot talk highly enough right now of this New Haven squad. Of course, you ended on a 10 spree if you are BPR. It's unreal. It's crazy. I have not seen gameplay this dominant in a while, and it's impressive to see, again, because it's not one player going rogue and finding kills. It is so well coordinated. It's such a team effort that you can't help but be impressed to see 4 players this much on the same page.
Oh, BPR, he wants more. That's 12. Slides on out to the staircase, but he's not done yet. Golfer in the iron sights of this MP40, and now, just to
what
make
more can he
matters
find?
worse, just to make matters worse, it's a glide bomb going to be called in from your dominant SMG. Still alive somehow, as 2 players were just above him, but nobody has been able to make a move to his own. Finally, you get to see KBN try to get control of B, but shut down by Relic. Sights over to A, it's going to be Zin. And full control, New Haven through Tuscan control. I mean, they look unreal.
I mean, they're on almost a 30 team kill streak.
What?
I just, again, what do you say? You just can't help. You have to sit back and enjoy the show. I mean, BPR finally falling at 14. But again, at this point, all you can do is sit back and enjoy what you're watching, and that's just, you know, dominant Call of Duty. The reads are clean. You cannot get anywhere if you're Southern Arkansas. It seems like they have your number, your address, your car keys, every read they're making correctly. And now it's just a matter of, let's just try to find a couple picks where we can and work from this. I don't know that you can come back from this, but hey, it's not over until it's over. I will give Southern Arkansas that, but they definitely have to get something started.
It almost looks like identity theft, the way
Truly.
that New Haven know
Oh,
Arkansas better than Southern Arkansas know themselves. The reads that we're getting here. 11 seconds left for the round. Only 4 lives lost here for the Chargers. And Boozy trying to at least take a couple down with them before they give up on this one. And a last-ditch effort over towards B will be the name of the game here for the Mule Riders, as Golfer's going to be looking to get a couple. Relic's going to line up 2. And Boozy's going to be shut down. And, I mean, they get to A for now, but 2.5 seconds left. If Lethal goes down here, that's going to be it. BPR's going to get the kill, looking to the spawn. And the second round's going to be locked down.
And for our final round, before curtains close, I mean, New Haven, this team, I'm excited to see, you know, what they have to bring the rest of the season. It's still a very long season. They're going to have very stiff competition ahead of them as well. But as you've said tonight, making a name for themselves as a front runner in this division. They have 1 loss. Of course, that's something where if I'm playing them next week, I'm looking at that loss and saying, where did they crumble? Where can we find a weak point in them to take them down? Because you're not going to find many here tonight.
BPR is unreal. 22-1, back on an 8 spree. A-zone's already locked down for the team, and he's just looking for the respawners. It's 9 in a row for your sub, and 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work with. I know I've seen dominant controls throughout the tenure of Vanguard Cash, but I haven't ever seen something like this. I don't think I've ever seen 2 minutes and 20 seconds in the time bank.
No, and that's 2 rounds in a row. They did it the first round as well. This is the closest lives have been apart from 30-30, and BPR is going to add another streak. DJ Khaled, because it just doesn't stop from this squad. 24-2. I mean, a 12.0 KD. I can't believe it. What we're seeing, the stat coming in for B, and like you said, they're at the dessert table and they're just grabbing what they can because everything else is icing on top of this fantastic performance they've put on tonight.
That is disgusting, BPR. The movement on this sub is unreal. It's undeniable. You look at him to be the MVP of the match right now because nobody can stop BPR from the likes of Southern Arkansas University. New Haven, they'll take the 3-0 in control, the 3-0 in the series, and start off week 3 with quite the bang.
It seemed like for every map, you know, 250, you need a 100-point club in the first map. Cool, seeing that before. 6-0 in the Search and Destroy. after a hardpoint win like that, you see it. That's a dominant team for sure. And then it just seemed like every map progressively, it got more and more personal. It felt like it just felt like they really wanted to come out and make a statement tonight, and make a statement they did. If I wasn't convinced before the night started in our talks that we had, well, I am now. Here we're gonna get a glimpse of BPR's streak to end out the round, to end on a 14 streak. And
he didn't die through 1.5 rounds of this control.
Insanity.
In that second round, he was the first death of New Haven as well. And by the time they took him down, it was already, what, like 30 lives to 20? I think it was 30 lives to 18 in favor of the Chargers for that. I have to say, one thing, and one thing only going into that third map, and now that we've seen that third map, is we were talking about the small little minute mistakes that we were getting out of Chargers back in that hard point. The way that they were having trouble holding those hills throughout the middle portion. They were managing to re-break those hard points, but they didn't need to re-break ever in that control.
No.
They patched those holes, and they just looked even better in that third map than they did back in that first map.
They really did. Again, you were able to get on both A and B. Arkansas did in their one offensive round. They were able to get on A and B, but again, they got back on it without before they were able to even get a tick. And that's impressive. Again, to me, that's an improvement even from map number 1 as far as breaking and respawns go. So, again, this team, their ceiling, I can't see it anywhere above me. I know they have such a high ceiling that they can try to reach as the season goes on. But given this performance tonight, if they can keep this up, this is a team that you should be circling and saying, what are they doing? How can we either counter that to the best of our ability or wrap some of what they're doing in our gameplay? Because of course it was aggressive, of course the slaying was good, but I think what can get overlooked in all of that aggression and all of those kills is how coordinated it was a team. I've said that several times tonight. I'm going to continue saying it. It was collective. It was a team effort. You can't do that without clean comms. Again, I referenced that search and destroy on Bocage where Zen disengages from that fight, calls the player running out tunnel. Shadow is right there to meet them and get a free kill. That's coordination. That's clean comms. And I think that goes way further than any slaying or aggression ever could.
No, and when you're looking at the conference for these two teams, you got St. Edward's Hilltoppers, you got West Virginia University, Utica Pioneers. I mean, the competition is very big for this Eastern Conference 3. And when you look at a statement like that from New Haven, it almost makes me believe that this is a team that can take down the Hilltoppers, that can take down possibly West Virginia University, the two teams who haven't lost yet in your conference. And if that's the case, if New Haven can start piecing together their roster into the late portion of this conference, I'm excited to see when they get to go up against those top teams.
Yeah, those are ones I'll be circling on my calendar for sure because I want to see how they do. Again, you can look at the Southern Arkansas team and say, well, they weren't the strongest matchup. Well, anyone can play well against, a weaker opponent, but, we'll see when they get to competition. At the end of the day, it's still a matchup. You still went out and played it, and it was impressive beyond whoever their opponent was. So, like you said, once we get towards some of those, those St. Edwards, those Uticas, once we get there, it's going to be really exciting. But again, if this team continues showing upward trajectory, wow, we are in for, quite the conference shakedown whenever we start to get there.
It is going to be one crazy ride whenever it does happen. And I'm excited
Me too.
to see when it does. I think, the big takeaway from that one is that, New Haven are on the rise. Southern Arkansas, they still have a little bit, to improve, a lot to improve on with their team. And first and foremost, I think if they were going to really pinpoint something to work on going into the future of this season for the end of Vanguard, it's going to be the teamwork because right around the corner is MW2, and I'm sure a lot of teams are going to be focused on that a lot more than this one here because a lot of these rosters are going to be put together for that new title. I think if one thing can be focused on for this Mule Riders team, it's going to be that teamwork and camaraderie. But we do have Shadow here after quite a dominant victory here in the interview booth. How you feeling? I mean, you don't even look like you broke a sweat.
Nah, I mean, lots of credit to the team, like we went out there, did our thing like we normally do. Teamwork, that's a key. Word to Coach Bryson, Word
to Coach Bryson. Now, throughout that game, going into it, was there anything that you guys were focusing on, as a team to, improve on?
Our main focus was really like working on team chem. So we recently switched in a new player, Relic. He's been working hard. Like lots of credit to him. He's been putting in hours. He's been trying to like fill his role, and he's doing it really well. I mean, you guys saw it right there. He went off. Like he did his thing.
Well, he did. Really did. Cash, you have anything to add to this
Absolutely.
one?
Yeah, I kind of talked about team comms all night. It was very obvious to me, I guess, to even reference a play you made in the college search and destroy. I think it was round 3 or 4. But Zen disengaged from a gunfight outside of A-Plat, and you were able to pick up the player running through tunnel. Are teams comms something you guys take pride on being really well, or was it a good night for comms, or do you guys really make sure that's, you know, in line and the top priority before anything else?
I mean, most times we just go out there and have fun. Like that's the main goal. Like we're just college kids at the end of the day. Like we're just playing COD as a second thing. Like comms are obviously very important to us. It's like teamwork, comms, and then just everything else. But you know, he said that he was going tunnel. I peeked out with the snipe. You know, got it done.
Yeah. Awesome. That's awesome.
Okay, I need to ask you, did you no-scope that night?
Yes, sir. You know it.
I knew it. I saw it. I'm like, there's no way you just did that, but you did. And it was impressive.
I did crack
now,
a little laugh after that. I was like, wow, no way that actually hit.
I cracked a smile too. I was like, I knew it. I had an idea that you actually did that. But you know, thank you for coming into the booth for sure, and congratulations on the win. Before we let you go for the night, is there any shout outs you'd like to make?
No, just shout out the team. Shout out Coach B Money. You know, that's the guy. He helped us like get to where we are today. And shout out University of New Haven. Let's go. Go Chargers.
Yes, sir. And one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody wants to find you, where can they find you?
Yo, on Twitter, Shadow NYSL. You know, like the subliners. Go. That's me. You know where to find me.
There you
Awesome.
go.
Awesome. Well, I don't want to keep you any longer, Shadow. Enjoy your night. Congratulations on the 3-0. And go have fun with the team.
Of course. Have a good night.
2 words. Immaculate vibes. Cash. That's all I can
Immaculate
say.
vibes. Vibe check passed. I mean, had the shades on, like you said, barely broke a sweat. You can tell just based on how that interview went, right, that team goes out and has a lot of fun when they play. And well, when you're winning like that, I imagine it's got to be pretty fun.
It has to be for sure. And I like that, even to a series that they may have thought that they were the better team going into it, they still had things to work on. They still had goals to strive for. And at the end of the day, he said it himself, that they're just college kids. This is, just something fun to do as a squad. The fact that they look that good when it's just something fun to do, I'm excited to see the future here of the University of New Haven Chargers. But that's going to be all for our match 1, folks. We're going to have our second match of the day coming up very, very soon. It's going to be the Minnesota State University of Mankato going up against Colonel Esports. Can't wait to see you all there. But before that, a quick break.
Playing this matchup damn near to perfection.
Yeah.
There we go, that Yoshi bomb. Gonna rack off some more damage right there. Up smash not enough to get a KO, but oh my god, defeating the egg right.
Up against Nick, and then pushes on to the middle area. Pretty much guaranteed numbers to be there and low. A bold play at the end of the day. Meathead finding 2. You're running with the stingers. Steve does get the first kill.
Playing this matchup damn near to perfection.
Yeah.
There we go, that Yoshi bomb. Gonna rack off some more damage right there. Up smash not enough to get a KO, but oh my god, defeating the egg right.
Up against Nick, and then pushes on to the middle area. Pretty much guaranteed numbers to be there and low. A bold play at the end of the day. Meathead finding 2. You're running with the stingers. Steve does get the first kill, and now you've got problems for Flowery unless they're all good. Oh, with the vulnerability, Flowery of the classic.
Surprisingly, at that 1-0, Drury needs to put a single point on the board to tie things up. That's all they need. Then they can maybe find one more in that golden time to put that final goal on the board. But as Sunblaze, I mean,
KO, whereas you are able to get those birds out into the open with the sky.
Are we talking about aggression on the defense? Oh my god!
Set him up for the double kill now. It's not. Swings wide, swings out, and swings far. Oh my goodness, he's so fast, it's ridiculous. How can you stop this man? And he's taking the quad kill. Ace on the cards.
Well, there we have it, the top 5 plays of the past week. And now we get to look at what's coming up throughout the NACE Star League. We got Rocket League on Mondays, COD Valorant on Wednesdays, Smash on Thursdays, and CSGO on Fridays. And Cash, let me just say one thing. At the top 5 plays of the week, I don't know much about Smash, but I know that Yoshi just wrecked that play.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. Even those Valorant plays, you know, we were gasping and oohing and all. And I mean, again, just getting to watch, you know, top 5 plays from all the different games that are on the Star League. It's so exciting just to see how other schools and players are really popping off in their respective leagues. And yeah, it's always fun. I look forward to it every week now that we have it because it's just so exciting to see kind of what everyone else is doing for sure.
Yeah, in all titles, just there's so many players to showcase and so many great plays that happen. But I mean, we just saw some great plays from the Chargers in our first match of the day. Southern Arkansas, they had quite the struggle in that first story. 3-0 sweep for the Chargers over the Mule Riders, and now heading into our second match of the day, we're looking at Minnesota State University of Mankato, the Mavericks, going up against Nicole State University Colonels Esports. Let's talk a little bit about these two teams because both sitting at a 2-0 record. This one gets me a little excited.
This one, I'm so excited for. You know, Colonel Esports only having dropped one map coming into tonight. MNSU only dropped, or haven't dropped any. But looking at these rosters, if you're familiar with collegiate Call of Duty, you're gonna see some familiar faces for MNSU. You've got Y-Dog, Klinger, Tabamath, Spearup, and then of course for Colonel Esports, Dreco, Shark, Q-Tippy, and C-Mac. Some familiar faces at its core, both squads still remaining the same from seasons past. So again, it's going to be a conversation surrounding who's gonna, you know, stand out given the roster changes.
Yeah. Who's gonna walk away on top between these two? Because right now, Colonel Esports Mavericks, the only team that's really in contention with them is Texas A&M International. You know, 3 of those teams looking to, you know, top off the Western Conference, and now looking at these two, I think this is going to be a great series. Let's take a look at the depth of it. Bokash, a little bit of a double dose of the cage. Then we go to Berlin, Tuscan, Berlin for the back half. That's a fun one because I don't think you and I have cast over a Bokash hardpoint in quite a long time.
Not so far this season, that's for sure. I always loved getting Mixie on this map, of course, and another map to S&D for Bakaj. That's going to be exciting, as you were saying, guaranteed dose. Berlin for our control. You go from really, the smallest map of the game to really expanding out once you hit that map 3 Berlin and so on. So a really interesting map pool and map set that we have here tonight. And again, for both of these squads, I just know, even if it's a 3-0 by one squad, it is going to be to the wire.
Hey, our predictions for this series was completely separate. You were predicting that Nicole State's going to come out on top. I was predicting that the Mavericks were going to come out on top. And I'll back myself up right here. I know, Minnesota State University of Mankato last year, they were putting in the work together. They were one of those teams that I looked at to completely, turn things around in the back half, show up and kind of find a couple of upsets. And they did. They found some upsets against some pretty big teams. The only thing is when playoffs came around, the competition got a little bit tougher, and that's when you started to see the Mavericks really sink to, that level that they're now going to be sitting at. So going into this end of the Vanguard season, I got my eyes on this team to be one of those underdog dark horse rosters.
Yeah, I think you can make that argument for both, because I have nearly the same argument for the side of Colonel Esports. Again, they didn't have a fantastic showing in seasons previous either, but having talked to them and CMAC, a couple weeks ago in that interview we got after their win in week 1, it seems like their heads are in the right place, right? They want to finish Vanguard strong. Of course, you're thinking about MW2 and getting good reps in and team chemistry built for that, but at the end of the day, you still want to come out and win a Vanguard chip. So I think for Nicholls State University, they want to come out here and, again, continue to show that we're not quite done yet on Vanguard. And this is a team to make a statement against for sure. You both sit around the same as far as how you kind of have played and finished. You want to get that early edge here.
Yeah, you really don't step up to the next level until you reach playoffs, where you get to play your St. Clair's and your Northwood Universities, your Barry Bucks, and so on and so forth. So right now in your own conference, this is going to be a battle to see who can stand on top. They're going to be on board with Spear Up from the Mavericks for the first go. Hill number 1 right at dead center. I mean, we know this throughout the whole year. This is not the most plentiful hill to be looking at. This is where we're going to be looking at a lot of teams just look for map control over towards P2, which we do see Shark go for right off the bat. It does blow up in his face a little bit. It allows an avenue back in for the Mavericks, but that's a good start there from Colonel Esports. I'm showing that, they're thinking ahead.
Most definitely. They're putting pressure on the map. Player 7 and Dreco slips through. They get spawns for the next hard point, and though they're losing out on a bit of this time to start, again, it's about a 50-50 split, and they were able to win the battle towards P2. Now, a big gunfight going down on the top side of the map that Klinger is going to win, and could start to force the issue of spawns. You're spawning Deep River for the side of Nicholls State, and for the Mavericks, you do have those spawns towards the top side, so you are going to be in control if you are Minnesota State, because now you've pressed them down. The spawn flip does come in. You're able to get it back and start to accrue some of this time. A great adjustment by them early to try to get P2 spawn again.
Oh, there's a flag coming through from T-Bam. Definitely going to shake things up for Colonel Esports on the rotation. He finds 2. There's only one lingering player in the anchor. It's going to be Shark, player number 6, who's managed to slip through a couple. And now an avenue back in for Colonel Esports to contest this hill. They're going to get the break. The flank's going to be there. A couple of presence inside of Barn. They're going back and forth so far, but you see Colonel holding strong in the inside, holding off Mankato from getting too much points here inside the second hill. And Klinger's going to try to pick up a couple. He's getting flanked out, slides back in quick. Q-Tippy there to get 3 down for his team, but still not enough to take the Mavericks out.
Slang slightly favoring that of the side of the Mavericks, as they were able to at least win out a majority of that time. Now looking ahead of the rotation, again, a much scrappier hard point here. You see all of these arrows intermixed, and well, for now, Nicholls State gonna have control, trying to clear out the back spawns just to get a bit more semblance and form as they try to get this T3 time, but it's going their way. They have a 10-point deficit to climb back from. The break is coming in now. Can they hold on is the question, not only to these spawns, but more of this hill time.
There's a big head-to-head right now between C-Mac and Shark, and it looks like T-Bam and Klinger inside of the slang potential. Klinger looking to try to hold down with this AR. C-Mac laying prone, and you can see that the slang sways a little bit in favor of Colonel as soon as he springs up. White Ox to be the closest and the last one to fall, and that should cement some good time here for Colonel Esports. Now Q-Tippy has the recovered AR. 8 Spam's going to take him down. A little bit of back and forth in the feed, but some good kills coming through from Mankato to get them right back into Grandma's.
A big gunfight won by T-Bam at River. You're going to see player 5 and C-Mac pick that up. That's a huge kill to get, to be able to keep P4 spawns and, again, stop yourself from having an open lane with which, you know, that Minnesota State could push through. So they lose the rest of the scrap time, go down by about 15 or so more points, but are here first for P4. They get the first gunfights clean. That should award them the first 10 or 15 seconds fairly cleanly. And now you're just trying to find form, trying to hold off this next wave of attack, and trying to build more of this lead as much as you can.
59-59, dead even here on Bokash. How exciting to go to the cage for our map number 1, because this is something that you can definitely pull an upset on. Not a lot of strategy goes into this. The slang's going to be so heavily favored into the team who's out on top. Right now, Colonel Esports starting to climb their way back into the top. 75-59, the break was it for him from Minkato, but Shark still standing tall. He's going to line up too. Contention now in the back, but it's Shark. He's taking down everyone. Looking for number 5. It's not going to be there. Klinger finally puts an end to that spree. But the contention still holding strong, and Colonel Esports still on top of the time.
Shark with a big play there to keep them growing their lead. That P4 hold was huge, and that was behind Shark's 3-piece there to not allow the break to come in with 15 or so seconds left. They also win this rotation over to P5. Again, it's been one player for Mankato slipping through the cracks and finding a way in, but no control of spawns, definitely. No form found to get good positioning to hold a hill. And again, Nickel State taking advantage of the openings that they've been giving. It's not perfect, but they're taking advantage of what's been given to them.
C-Mac had a chance there to turn his spree into streaks, but unfortunately gets a little bit too aggressive, and that 5 in a row turns into 0 on a dime. Still a lead here for Colonel Esports, looking to take care of the lurking players through the Mavericks, but they do allow a couple on the inside now. They have the life advantage, so it seems like Nickel State University, they just want to collapse on it, and they do. They take the kills. They get back into this hill now, looking for 100 points after 5, but some good spree there from Mankato. They're going to get right back into it by denying the last couple seconds. Should be scrap time to the Mavericks here as they look to the next hill.
And would you look at that? We're back to P1, a nearly tied game, about 20 points separating these two, favoring Nickel State, of course. And, well, we have about 60 seconds to fight for P2 spawns. We know they went back and forth a couple of times throughout this 60-second span. We see the battle going for it now, as no one is giving P1 time for the time being. And Nickel State, you have a 20-point advantage. And on Bacage, that can be just enough. Even if this plays even the rest of the way, any lead you can take on Bacage, you will take. Like you said, upset potential here is just exponential compared to that of other maps. And, well, they're just going to try to chip away, get points where they can, and keep Minnesota State and Mankato off the point where they're able as well. But a blue kill feed, tide starting to turn, spawns in favor for the Mavericks, trying to find some life and spark some lives into themselves here to run away with a lead on the second set rotation.
They need to cut this one down, Cash, a little bit. Another 3 go down for Colonel Esports. Draco is the farthest one pushed up, but they know exactly where this lurking player is, and T-Bam's going to clear that through. You can see the overextension here from Colonel Esports trying to get some form into a rotation over to the second, but already set up in the power positions will be the Mavericks as they're looking to rotate clean and even this game. Now taking a lead here on Bokash, maybe 2 seconds, but they were down by 20. They've managed to pull back Bokash.
They can keep this top side of the map scrappy. You've got to keep finding these kills. A team nade coming in. That's going to be devastating to finding form here for the Mavericks as they try to hold on to P2 with still 35 seconds left on the clock. But for Nickel State, you've got to group up. You've got to have a collective push. They've thrown several one-off lives here at P1 and for the grab for P2 spawns. But again, where they have tried to strike, Mankato has been there to answer this time around. Not as clean. Right now, the Mavericks taking advantage of what they have in front of them, and well, that's a fairly clean P2 hold, and now a 30-point lead swung in their favor.
This is a scary sight to see right now. The SMG duo of Spirit and T-Bam starting to heat up on Bokash, and can Colonel Esports shut them down, quiet them a little bit, and cool the heads of these hot SMGs. A 40-point lead after the second hill. Now it's going to be Mavericks in the lead. And Nickel State will have the rotation over to P3 pretty early. But take a look at the minimap. Player number 1 slips through, and a great job by Q-Tippy to read that out.
I do like the positioning of C-Mac playing in P4 because you know that Mankato has to clear him out before they can make a push to P3. So the first 20 seconds go very cleanly the way of Nickel State. A very heads-up play from them to make the work as easy for themselves as they can. Spear Up slides in, gets the wrong timing, and gets costed for it. Now having to fight and having to try and keep this lead that they can. they're trying to get a break in, and it's just not coming. Nickel State have played this P3 beautifully. They are in complete control, now 4 points away from taking a lead once again, and they needed to respond here after being down 40 points, and they've done just that.
Oh, C-Max here to deal with some pressure. Klinger's turn now lines up the last two. Another scrap time here for Mavericks, it looks like it, but the unfortunate thing is they get flipped out. Now, you see Colonel Esports trying to get that rotation over to P4. First one's going to be here. Q-Tippy hiding behind the wall, keeping things a little bit scrappy as it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. But Draco up top splits the odds. Gonna find the third onto Y-Dog. Now the rotation clean as ever. For Colonel Esports set up inside Barn last time. They looked unbreakable here. Can they repeat that yet again in the second set of rotations? A few to come up from the Mavericks. Now Draco in a little bit of a pickle. Pass it back off for the gunfight. T-Man's going to hunt him down, and that's a clean 4 down.
Very clean break from Mankato to, again, stay in this one to have a response, right? Of course, they have the lead, but it seems like Nickel State was starting to garner some momentum and really start to bring this one back, and I expect them to still find a way to answer, but they're breaking when they need to. A 15-point lead now going to be cut down with the last bit of scrap time. It is back and forth, just haymaker after haymaker. Who is going to minimize their mistakes as we go into P5 and what could be our third, or what will be our third and final set of rotations. A minute 52 on the game clock. We'll keep an eye on that as it has been contest heavy throughout, but Mankato just trying to find form, trying to make these reads, and trying to soak up more this time.
Oh, Klinger's going to have the overwatch, but everything's going to be on Spear up here to first line of contact. Gives himself away. C-Back plays him like a fiddle. Now it's Y-Dog's turn. Spread out so far will be Mavericks, and as soon as Colonel Esports tries to dip their toes in, it's just sharks in the water. Chopping down on what is Colonel Esports for now. Klinger's still alive in the back. Can he go big? Yes! 3 in a row for AR in the back, looking for 4. There it is. C-Max down. Maybe even 5 if Shark can drop, but it's going to be Y-Dog to come for the help. Mankato, they hold their lead for now. Cash, 24 seconds still to hold here in P5. Who's going to get the rest? They do get rid of the Mavericks for this time, but for now, but look how close the blue arrows are. They can get back into this for the remainder of time. You can see that Colonel Esports, they don't want to give up just yet.
They've been keeping it messy. That is something you can point to for Nickel State, saying that is a good effort from them. They haven't given up. They've kept Mankato out of it for the most part. They've kept the Mavericks out. Of course, they ended up getting more time than not. Now, just about to cross that 200-point mark, a 20-point lead garnered once again as we are starting to inch closer and closer to the 250-point mark. Who's going to step up and go big for the team? Right now, Klinger, the main AR, you call his number and he's stepping up to bat. Player 6 and player 3 with a big fight here for P2 spawns potentially. Klinger once again stepping in and going big, winning the gunfight, soaking up the time. It feels like it's slipping away from Colonel Esports here.
Yeah, slaying not too separated from both teams. The clutch that Klinger's had so far has been the difference maker for now. Y-Dog's gonna get overwhelmed on the inside of the hill. The break here for Colonel Esports. Draco a little bit shattered in what he wants to decide on his movement. So he's gonna push out. He's gonna get dropped there, and nobody inside the hill is gonna bleed the clock a little bit more. 1 minute left in the time bank. A 30-point game. Colonel Esports, they step back into this first hill, but they need to start working on the rotation here. Spearup's going to cut the rotations yet again. It's 3 down clean in favor of the Mavericks. And Spearup's just getting checked to the middle. C-Mac will get away with his life, and I hope that doesn't punish them right now. Spearup may have just made a mistake, and he didn't, luckily for his team.
C-Mac with the opportunity to win a big gunfight and hold P2 from the front for his squad. Now you have to penetrate and break into the setup that whenever they get comfortable, it's so hard to break the Mavericks here, especially on P2, but they're doing it 3 for 1 in the feed. The trades start to go back and forth, but you have control. Time starting to be a factor. Klinger. A 40-point deficit to come back from. Klinger once again striking for the squad. 15 points needed now for the side of Minnesota State. Mankato to win this map number 1, and what a bloodbath it has been.
Oh, it's a way back in by Deliverance of Klinger. But T-Mam's going to get swung out on, but it's 2 the other way. Still holding on the Mavericks. We're going to end this here, and now inside P2, Q-Tippy, the closest one to get into this hill. He's going to get shut down by T-Bam, and that's going to be the Mavericks in a map 1 victory, as close as ever for a 1-0 lead.
It feels like that P5 is where things started to kind of slip away for Colonel Esports. They were keeping it scrappy and messy, but it still felt like you said, with Mavericks having the close spawns, they were able to be that much closer. They were able to be in contention that much more frequently than Nickel State, and they were rewarded for it. From there, they have a 20-point lead. Now you go to P1, where you tack on to that lead even more, and then you know you can close it out at P2. It feels like for the Maverick squad, they feel like setup shooters, right? If they get their feet set, if they get their setups where they want to on hills, they're gonna hit the shot. They're gonna hold the hill. Very hard to get this team out of form whenever they're able to get set up on a hill. We saw it back-to-back times on P2 as well. Great effort from them. Klinger again. How many times at the end of that were we calling his name? That I thought was a given kill for C-Mac. It gets camera spun around. Whatever the case may be, Klinger is gifted a 4th kill there on a ridiculous 3 spree. And wow, again, Klinger was one that went huge for the team there at the tail end, alongside Y-Dog as well. It's weird saying the ARs went big on Bakaj, but they did.
It's the clutch potential that we saw out of Klinger in so many moments, always piece together multi-kills after multi-kills. And yeah, you see Mac there. He took a U-turn a little bit too early in the gunfight, and he is a little turned around there. So Klinger just going so big in the map to anchor down for his team time after time throughout that Bokaj map 1. But we're not done with Bokaj just yet, Cash. We're going back to Bokaj for our Search and Destroy as well. And we got to see quite the one-sided affair on this map in our first series of the day. I mean, I feel energized now after that hard point. I can't wait to see what these teams brings.
Yeah.
And a Bokaj map too.
I mean, it's our 3 times in one night we get a Bokaj. It just feels unprecedented, but we're giving the treat. Nothing rejuvenates you quite like a map number 1 Bokaj. Really, it feels like we should be celebrating. I'm not sure what, but I'm in the mood to celebrate. It's exciting. Map 1 Bokaj is always to bring out the best of teams. It's always down to the wire. It always shows who's willing to go the extra mile, or like you said, have that clutch factor to find a 2-piece for the team when maybe you need it on rotation. Various plays like that set good and great teams apart.
Yes.
For the time being, the Mavericks, they find those clutch moments, they get the timings that they need, and they close out a map number 1 against a very good Colonel Esports squad. So now you shift the conversation and the focus to how do you respond, right? That's what we've been saying for the team that's gone down, is how do you respond in a hard map number 1 loss, especially going back to the same map. That's what we'll have to find out. If anyone has grit, it's going to be Colonel Esports. You know, the veteran players like Dreco, like C-Mac that have experience are going to be bringing, the new players in, saying, hey, we've got this, here's what we need to do. The team camp is going to be on the same page. Can they execute those adjustments well? And in turn, can they be afforded a map win to draw the series up 1-1? Well, we'll just have to find out.
Yes, we will. I mean, you say, where do we start for the comeback for Colonel Esports in this map too? I mean, you got to start by understanding that map 1 was very winnable for Colonel Esports. A couple of those clutch plays from Klinger himself, they get shut down by Colonel Esports. You see a swing of points the opposite way and a lot closer of game towards the end of that. So a lot of individual moments there that kept the Mavericks on top. But here to start off the search is going to be Y-Dog again. Start things strong with the first blood. Traded out immediately by C-Mac. And that's bombed down.
In a very bad position, C-Mac with a great heads-up play to peek out, get the kill, play his life. Dreco going to get info and bite off a bit more than he can chew. Spear up there for the kill. Lives now favoring Mankato once again. Defensively, you're sitting all right. Bombs down in a bad spot. So C-Mac just going to try to play around that and trying to find form and figure out how you're going to reapproach this attack. Yeah, finding your way through. How are you going to re-hit this? And they're trying to make the play over towards the site.
Well, Spear, just looking for any sort of information that his team could work off of. They go on a little bit of a reconnaissance mission to get this bomb picked up. Klinger's going to grab it. And out he goes, but Q-Tip is going to cut a little bit early. The rotation through, that's bombed down again. Now evens us up in a 2v2. 30 seconds left. Not a lot of time here for Minnesota to rotate through and make these adjustments. So Y-Dog's got to go in this one. He's got to get there soon. He loses out on his duo, so all alone now. Picks up the bomb, but he crosses right through the other one. The hunt is on from Q-Tippy, and what a round out of Colonel to pull themselves back.
That is great mid-map control. They didn't give it up the entire time. They didn't panic. C-Mac stayed in control. Great game awareness of knowing bomb was down and when to pounce. Q-Tippy making 2 heads-up plays there to kill the person who picked up the bomb twice. Really impressive composure from them, being down in lives for majority of that round.
Well, 1-0 up. That's an immediate bounce back from that map 1 loss. It's just completely clean slate now into map number 2 for Colonel Esports. On this offense, though, you didn't really get to see Mavericks do anything with this bomb. It got dropped so early, and now that C-Mac goes down, you don't really have forward pressure for Colonel Esports. You're going to need a trade early, but unfortunately, Dreco again gets a little bit too over-aggressive, loses life to the duel of Spear Up. Now with 3v2, almost turned 3v1. Q-Tip, he needs to play his life there.
We're going to see him regroup here in the back spawn. Shark backing up to try and make this
that's
flank, and it could work out for him. Does get eyes on player 2 and Y-Dog. Now they're going to back up and say, all right, we know where they're at deep in their spawn. Let's wait for them to come to us. We have the life advantage, and what a map spread they opt to take. You see both players grouping up, but really it's going to be Q-Tippy having to peek out, make this first move, try to get information and not get shot. Well, Spirit's going to make you pay once again. Bomb down, and it just seems like time, if nothing else, is going to come into effect here for Shark to make this play. It would be quite the miracle to pull off.
Spirit is now a turret on the A side. Won't be able to turn around as it's only going to be eyes forward for that AR. But 17 seconds left. I mean, it's going to take a lot for Shark to pull back this round in a 2v1 situation with bomb down. So it looks like we're going to go defense for defense to start off this Bokah. Shark, 5 seconds. Not enough time to get this bomb down. So you know that this is going to be the round over to Minnesota State University, and a good one at that. I mean, it all resides off of Spirit finding those 2 kills onto Dreco and Q-Tippy. I'm surprised that Q-Tippy actually wanted to reach out that top barn.
It's hard. You have the bomb, you're down to life, you've got to try to make a play, you're just trying to get any information, but you know that that's where people like to peek, and so yeah, Spirit's ready for it. Good on Spirit for not giving that up, right? Some people will say, oh, I backed them down, they're probably not rechalling. Stuck with the play, and they played a patient defense, and that's what afforded them the win there. All out aggression towards B for at least majority of the players here. Little do they know, Y-Dog going to be in great position to find a kill on Dreco, and in the first bloods department, I mean, it's been all Minnesota State Mankato.
Not to say, though, that Curly Esports are out of the round just yet, as they did lose that first blood in round number 1 and pulled things back. C-Mac to really turn the tides. He does it again here with the kill on the Spear up to even things up, 3 apiece. And Q-Tippy to back him up. I mean, this submachine gun duel yet again, turning the tables here in the search and destroy.
Keeping them very much in it, where they've been down in lives, they're able to trade it out for 2. Now, you take 2 players and bully out the A site to try to get this bomb down, and maybe trying to do a trick play. Wrap it through the B site as they're rotating back. A very heads-up play to get this bomb down for Minnesota State Mankato, and it should work out for him here.
And Y-Dog sets up all the way in the back, so that bomb's going to go down for free. By the time Colonel Esports realize this, it's going to be too late now. Y-Dog just needs to stay alive back here. Both players going to be playing hand in hand, but Shark's going to line up the first. TDM's going to go down. Y-Dog playing that open corner. He's going to stay alive. Turn this into a 1v1. It's C-Mac versus Y-Dog. 30 HP, peaks out a little too far, and Automaton in hand. C-Mac's going to pull the round out.
A great win from them to take another round advantage, and again, bounce back from being down lives. Both of the round wins, they've been down in lives. So for Mankato, you're doing the right thing. You're winning the first blood battle. It's that mid-round where Nickel State have pulled away and refound an advantage. So adjustments have to be made. You get the first blood. What are we going to do after that, both on offense and defense, to try to keep control in that mid-round, to not give up those lives? Sometimes I feel like players think, okay, first blood, and then you play your life for 15 seconds, then you can go for it, and then you end up losing 2 lives for that, so it feels like an uneven trade. It's playing your life the rest of the round. It's finishing the round strong and still valuing your map positioning. Seems like for Mankato, they haven't quite done that to the best of their abilities here, but aggression coming in from Nickel State off the open, yeah.
Spirit's going to get tagged down to 20 from a nade. Has to be careful not to take this gunfight, but he's going to go for it. Jumps all the way out into the open of the riverbed. Good for 1 early trait there as he's all the way out in no man's land, but how was this from T-Bam? Somehow slips through, shoots a little bit too early though, and that could have been something if he was just a little bit more patient.
Gets completely back out of that position, but still in an aggressive and forward position. And Barn, our players 2 and 3, Y-Dog and T-Bam, you're stuck essentially until you can get Klinger, who has been a powerful AR throughout this series, off of this B site, or you find an opening somewhere else. It's going to be very hard to make a play. Shark may have slipped the net, but this is just going to come down to timings.
Oh yeah, C-Mac is going to make or break this round for
There it is, bomb
Esports.
down
Q-Tippy
spawn.
goes down, but I mean, C-Mac's still hunting through a little bit of bad timing. And Y-Dog's just going to set up shop all the way deep in the spawn of Colonel Esports. Shark not going to be aware of it, or I don't even think you'd be ready for that whatsoever. So C-Mac's now going to be left alive in a 1v3. Bomb nowhere in sight for this SMG to pick up, and T-Ham's going to spot out this player. C-Mac's going to make it a little bit interesting for the gunfight, but all in all, it's going to be an even game after 4. 2-2 we go. We are solid on defensive rounds.
It was aggression that's paying off for the side of Mankato, and you try to wrap back through your spawn if you have the bomb, you know, if you're Q-tippy. Unfortunately, that drops bomb right back in your spawn. C-Mac has to make not only a 1v3 clutch, but has to scoop bomb somehow to even stay alive in it. Is unable to do that, and like you said, defense holding strong. 2-2 here through 4 rounds, and in round number 5, do we see something different? No, we continue seeing aggression through mid-map for this first blood battle.
You're up, shots there, but what a nade from Y-Dog to line that one up, and a second on a C-Mac 2 with the rifle. Bomb's gonna go down. Mavericks up by 2. Now an offensive round that definitely looks doable for one of these two teams, and for the post-plant situation, T-Bam goes 1-for-1 with Q-Tippy. That's going to put Dreco against the odds here for the retake. 30 seconds left. Spots out onto 1. Actually, know there's going to be a crossfire, but going to get either spear up. Pistols out, but can't swap in time, and that's the big kicker right there. Mavericks are going to get 2 in a row, finally putting an offensive round on the board.
And though it's a 1-round advantage, starting to feel a little dire for the side of Nickel State. Their last 2 rounds haven't looked very good. It seems like Mankato have been not only more decisive, but it hasn't been as flat, right? They've been showing different looks in the mid-round where they've needed to make adjustments. They have, and that's getting aggressive, that's hitting different routes, getting better timings for yourself, and they're finding success for it. Like you said, winning 2 rounds, winning the first offensive round of this S&D. Now it's up to Nickel State to respond again on an offensive go. Can they find success? We'll just have to find out, but it's aggressive towards this A site. Tacticals coming out. No one having fallen yet.
Yeah, very quiet, very Mission Impossible here from Colonel Esports. Fortunately, though, Shark a little aggressive with the bomb. He's going to go down, and C-Mac gets dropped by the Overwatch of Y-Dog. So, excellent positioning here from Minnesota to get 2 down. And that information from T-Bam should be the nail in the coffin. Shots on the Q-Tippy. The finisher will be there for Spear Up, and now again, 1v3 for Colonel Esports to work against.
A great cross watch to get C-Mac cut down. I thought C-Mac was going to be able to shoot Klinger in the back off a plat, but Y-Dog's there for the look over, and it was just a great play out of them to, again, just have overlook for their teammates. It seems like whenever Nickel State feels like they have an opening, it's still very quickly shut down by the side of Mankato. It's constantly picked up by a player, and now in a 1v2, it's possible for Dreco, but again, time ticking away. Bomb nation, it's going to for sure, especially whenever Minnesota State know what they need to do to win.
He gets eyes on Klinger, but now you can see T-Bam looking to back up his teammate. Dreco's going to pick up the bomb. 6 seconds left. Goes for the plant. They should know this one. And T-Bam's going to check this one. It's going to be the kill. Plenty of time for the defuse. That's 3 rounds on the bounce for Minnesota State University Mankato, as they're starting to pull away with this search and destroy, which is a little bit worrisome because this was the exact same tail we got back in our first map.
It was, and at 4-2, again, that's 3 straight rounds more notably. Though a 2-round advantage doesn't look too crazy, it's the fact that it's been 3 straight very good and decisive rounds out of the Mavericks. They've played pre-aims on their defenses. They've gotten the bomb down quickly, even over at the B site behind Y-Dog's double kill to open up. On their offensive goes, it's looking clean for them here. They're starting to string it together, and again, that's beginning to reflect in the scoreline. Slaying not too heavily favoring Mankato, but it's more so when they're finding those kills and how critical those are in the round.
With the aggression coming through from Mavericks, nothing slowing them down. Confidence surging through their gameplay, but the first blood's not going to be theirs this time. Still manages to slip on through a couple players here for the Mavericks. You see T-Bam and Spear Up in a position to hopefully turn this one around. They're going to get aggressive through the door. C-Mac at least good for 1, keeping numbers in favor of Colonel Esports, but still presence here from T-Bam. Has to be careful, because if he goes down, that's going to be bombed down, and you don't want that if you're the Mavericks.
Definitely don't. You want to make a play towards the site. You're trying to get one more pick, though, just to soften the defense. You're going to find it in T-Bam. And now it's a matter of what way do we want to go. Can we force the defense to make a play towards this B site, given that they've already planted here? You're going to start to draw the attention of Dreco. Shark's still going to hold position at tank. I like this defensive hold from them. You just can't get caught out and get chopped down here.
Very disconnected, these two players, so you're going to need some big moments out of these two. I'm not sure if Shark spotted the cross, and I don't think they will, but the nade's going to give it away. Too late, the bomb's down. 2v2 for the retake. You look at the positioning of Y-Dog sitting up top attic, waiting for any moment of a player to look at this. T-Bam playing for the information of the diffuser. 28 seconds now. You need to make a move soon if you're going to be Colonel. And here they go. Draco all the way up top. Swaps weapons. And Draco's going to get worked by Y-Dog. The Shark all the way out in the open. He's going to get tagged down to 15. The hunt is on to take down this last remaining player. As the time dwindles down, the round is going to favor Mavericks even more. And what a turnaround again for the Mavericks inside of Search and Destroy. Down in lives. And they somehow managed to slip things away in a 2v3.
Put themselves at match point to go up 2-0 in the series. A great round out of them. And that's what's so hard with little information defensively. On that A side, there's so much to clear out before you can make a play on the bomb. Did they plant for Barn? Did they plant for, Top Grandma one to look at? Did they plant for Tank in your spawn? There's so much to clear out and information to garner, and by then, there's not even enough time to make a play on the bomb. So for Nicholls State University, it is now or never, and, well, Mankato's going to say never. They want to close this one out and go up 2-0 in the series. They draw the first two bloods. Draco able to respond, live still favoring the Mavericks. Offensively, once again, you are hunkered in your spawn, you are looking for information, and you're just hoping to be given a kill, and Mankato have not been giving you that.
No. Very passive now after those first initial gunfights, and you're going to have to get aggressive at some point if you're Colonel. 55 seconds, so plenty of time to just wait, let things sit, let things stir, and hopefully force a mistake out of Minnesota State. Here they go, Colonel now hopefully to force the number. Press the issue. Draco's going to throw a few shots down range. Good for a couple hits, but not good for the kill. And at that, it's just back to square one for Colonel Esports. Not much room to work with. You move over to B. T-Bam's going to be watching it. And it seems like that's going to be the sights for this bomb carrier. But you have to take care of T-Bam on the angle. You're going to get some good timing. But now it's going to be Q-Tippy against the world. Bomb might get planted, and it will be planted. But in a 1v3, can Q-Tippy actually work this magic? The collapse is going to be here. T-Bam finds the kill, and what a way to end out game number 2. A convincing map here for Minnesota State University. Mankato 6-2 in the Search and Destroy. Now 2-0 up in the series.
Convincing is the word indeed. Nicholls State, where they had control and cohesiveness in the first half of map number 1. It seems from there it slipped away. I mean, they even opened up this map number 2 with, a round win, and then we're going toe-to-toe for the first 4 rounds. I think starting and continuing to lose in that first blood battle, and then, you win the first blood battle, and you have a round flipped on its head, and they end up taking it being live down. I think that just kind of blew the rest of the wind out of their sails for that Search and Destroy, and again, they haven't been able to bounce back after taking a hit. So hopefully in map number 3, if they want to stay alive in the series, they can find a way to bounce back as they go to Berlin, give their AR some more breathing room, and maybe put some distance between them and the Mavericks AR players as well. Of course, Y-Dog and Klinger having fantastic nights as ARs on Bacage, so they're going to start to get to their playground on some of these bigger maps with these longer lines of sight, and I expect them to continue to keep doing their thing. But for Nicholls State, you have to find a way to dig deep and respond here. This is your first, early season, tough matchup, and yeah, you got to come out and try to make something happen here if you want to show that you're willing to hang with teams like this, like you said, before you get to your St. Edwards, before you get to your St. Clair's.
You got to show up, and you got to prove yourself right now if you're Colonel Esports. Reverse sweep has to be on the docket for this team if they want to take a dub here inside of week number 3 of the Call of Duty Varsity League. And by all means, I think that this team can do it. You're going back to respawns now. Yes, the Search and Destroy didn't look the best, but I mean, they haven't had the best record in their searches either. I mean, they played a close search against Irvine College. They played a close search against Keanu last week that went all the way to around 11 that you and I got to witness. So, I mean, this is a team who is a lot better in their respawns than they are in their search and destroy. So
Yeah.
over into control now, I'm looking at this team to, turn things around, see if they can get the ball rolling. Communication has been a big factor throughout the end of the season here on Vanguard. And, usually whoever comes through with a little bit more teamwork, a little bit more depth to their strategy, usually comes out on top. And if Colonel Esports, they can, find a fraction of what they were working with back in that Bocage hardpoint, I think that this team can start the reverse sweep here on Berlin Control.
It is on the cards for them for sure, and I think another standout piece to this is the ARs for the Mavericks are simply outperforming the ARs for Nickel State. It's just not been close in the slaying column as far as side-by-side comparison goes. The SMGs we talked about, right? How well, Q-Tippy, how well CMAC were playing in map number 1. The SMGs were doing their job, but you've got to be able to at least go toe-to-toe with the ARs. It's been lopsided as far as that goes. Hopefully Draco and Shark can find some form here on Berlin to mount this comeback, but with White Dog and Klinger shooting as straight as they are, that's quite a task ahead of you. Again, still possible, especially from a Colonel Esports squad like this, but it's got to be one that you have to answer early on here in the control. You don't want to get to an 0-2 where you have to reverse sweep. Try to go toe-to-toe. Try to take an offense if you can. Try to do what you have to in order to make this climb as easy as possible.
Game number 3, Colonel Esports fans. Your rally caps on, see if they can get things going. They're going to start on the offense as well. See if they can start strong here on Berlin. We've been known to see this map actually fall into the hands of the offensive team quite often, but for the first go at this A zone, it seems like a lot of focus there from Minnesota State to not give it up. They read the push out of Colonel Esports, and they shut them down right away. But in doing so, it looks like they're ready to give up B. Quite simply, Klinker's going to be the only one here that's really leading the charge. It does look like we will get that break, but a little bit late. He's going to spear up from up top. Klinker on the inside, going to get handled by Q-Tippy. Second tick should be cemented here. Spear up just lurking around up top. He's going to jump through, but it's still Q-Tippy standing strong on the inside of the offices.
I really like the decision out of Nickel State to give A1 go and then just go for B, right? Just go for having 2 minutes on the clock. I think so often the mistake teams make offensively is trying to go for A for so long that you bleed out too many lives to where even if you get B, you don't really have the resources to make a good, clean set of A pushes. So I like that they got 2 minutes on the clock because there's pressure on the defense to, again, not break down for 2 minutes. That's a long time to hold form, to stay perfect, to not get 4 down. So the play to get more and more opportunities towards this A side end is a smart one. Now it's just a matter of working your kills, working your opening, and finding what lane you want to push through.
CMAC working hard to see if you can at least find a couple kills to open things up. They need to play their time right because they have to wait for the rotation from player number 4. CMAC will walk away with 1, so 3-on-3 for the inside, but still taking their time. Shark hasn't been able to see any action just yet. Finally going to get eyes onto Spear Up. That's going to be the go-ahead now for the rest to collapse on in, but unfortunately for that, Q-Tippy's going to get handled all the way around the outside, so everything's going to be on the banking, on the flank here. 3 players through Nickel State, working towards the defender spawn. C-Mac's going to slide on through, but Klinger's going to line up the shots, and what a kill there to shut them down.
Klinger once again going clutch. Another 2 down through the back. You don't have fire control. If you are Minnesota State, University of Mankato, now you have control. Your players are in. You've stopped the clock, and now it's just working, cutting these players off spawn, making them turn their heads, buying time for your teammates to start to stack this point. Because with a 2-stack in, what did we say? You hold free aims, you get a clean 4 down, and this round opens up much more for you. It's so hard to hold defense, especially when Shark's doing damage like that to spawn.
Yes, it is. They're going to be on top of things now. C-Mac looking to pray away at the rotations from the respawners. He's going to slide on through. 3 are there for the lineup, and Q-Tippy is going to be the dagger to end it all. A blowout round number 1 there as soon as Colonel Esports were able to take control of that A zone. They never looked back. And, while we're in this moment, Cash, I do want to give a special shout out to our sponsor on screen, Extra Life. Change kids' health to change the future. Join our super team page today. That's going to be extralife.org. Go check them out, everyone.
For Nickel State, again, it takes 1 4 down, and then you can hold position. They gave themselves the opportunity to make a play by giving themselves the most time on the clock. The breakdown came in from Mankato, and from there, like you said, they never looked back. a 9-life advantage to secure all of the ticks, and now they're putting pressure on B as well. They don't want to give it cleanly. They don't just want to chalk it up, but they just have one player on it. They're trying to push for fire control the same way that Nickel State did. Dreco's there to shut it down, and again, one player stopping the clock for the time being, but aggression defensively out of Nickel State. They're giving us a different look, and I like it.
They don't want to give things up just yet. And nice 1-2 punch there with bait and switch from Shark and Q-Tippy. At least hold things off and, you know, drain this time clock a little bit longer. Minute 10 now to work with. Spare and go. 3 players going to run over to this A zone, see if they can overwhelm this pressure and actually get onto A right off the bat, see if they can get a few ticks over here. It's 3 down for Nickel State, and this is a great moment for the Mavericks to take control of the round.
Quickly, they have to get over towards this A site. 1 tick coming in before anyone can even get close enough. The pinch has to work out. You've got to find these kills. Klinger holding one of the grossest pre-aims I've seen. Gonna lose the gunfight. You get control. You get semblance. Again, you get the B site, and that's fine. You'll take that. You're down 2 lives. You lost a bit of control there, but now you can regain. But now you're asked the same question. Can you hold defensively for 2 minutes without having a breakdown? That would really set them apart and set the tone for this comeback for Nickel State.
Yeah, I mean, right now, when you're at Mankato, you got to see what Nickel State did with 0 ticks over towards A. All you need to do is find a clean 3-4 down. And this should be your round with a minute 32. There's plenty of time to make this one happen. Klinger's going to get a little over-aggressive on the inside. It costs his life, and Greco doubles down with his teammates. So far, so good for Colonel Esports to start to cut down a little bit of this time bank that the Mavericks have accumulated. But now is go time. Klinger's going to find the first wide dog, just looking for an angle on the inside. Nobody's home for now. The T-Bam on the way in. C-Max going to be there for 1. The tray through. Q-Tippy, how much damage can you do to the team? Well, he's able to find 2 with the help of Dreco, and now it's Wide Dog on an island, and another moment there where Colonel State completely flipped things around.
I love the defensive spread in from Colonel Esports. Again, they're in P2, they're in Ticket. They're forcing Minnesota State to have to take gunfights off spawn. It's just bleeding their resources. It's causing them to take time off of the clock. And again, they're forcing them to come through 1 lane on that push. Before they got control again, they forced them to come through out, and that was the only lane available because they had P3 pushed out. You got to go big here, but again, loving the defensive hold out of them. Make it all for naught. You've got to find a way to get back in here.
So this is Dreco. Nobody's looking this way. Nobody has their back facing the door, and that's going to be 2 for Dreco, at least slowing down the progression. Z-Max got to slide in for the contention, and he will, even taking the kill into Klinger. So big moment there for Dreco to allow Colonel Esports a way back into this round. They don't want to give up just yet. They have the life lead as well.
30 seconds left on the clock. You're up 3 lives. All you have to do is hold for this next wave. That's all there's time for is 1 more push. It's coming in. It's a pinch, but Nickel State, they're ready.
Whiteout goes down. Klinger, a team kill. Things falling apart now for the team, and Mavericks, they gotta go big with only 2 players, and it's just not gonna happen. Not enough lives, not enough resources. And that team kill is such a killer right there for your squad. There's not a lot of time to get back into this, and even if you can touch it, it's not a lot of lives to walk away with that last tick of progression. So that is a big moment there for Colonel Esports to hold the line towards the offices and now go up 2-0 in the control.
It's the little things like pushing out through P2, pushing out through Ticket, taking a couple lives here and there where, you know, for the side of the Mavericks, they didn't force that on their defensive round. They let them come to A essentially every time. They didn't get much zoning out throughout the map. You do that if you are Colonel Esports. Those are the adjustments we talk about. That's a sign of a team that's willing to make a change in order to find success. Now they're sitting up 2-0. Sure, it's an offensive go, but you put yourself in a great position here in map number 3 to get a map on the board to kick off this reverse sweep. And here comes an A push coming in from them. We'll see if they can find success.
Look for that T-Bam. It's a good timing on Q-Tippy, so not yet will Mavericks or Colonel Esports get their toes into this A zone. C-Mac going on a little bit of a mission here. See if you can pull a couple of these lives. Excellent timing on the spear up. A second one at a shark. So now 2 players a little trapped here for the likes of Mavericks as Colonel Esports, they're going to be able to have a chance at this A zone. They just need to find a few more kills. Klinger goes down. But now you have to worry about the flank. That's not going to go unchecked. Q-Tippy's going to be there. T-Bam somehow still alive, but not for long. Q-Tippy's going to jump out there, take it down. And now looking for the first take of progression. Dreco still holding strong in the inside. A little bit chaotic. Q-Tippy can't get the kill. 3 down for Colonel Esports. That first take does not go in.
So unfortunate that they weren't able to get that first take, because now you're going to have a minute 45 on the clock. Sure, you're even in live. You could be in a much worse position, but you would have loved to have walked away with the tick at A there. But you know you can pull it off even without having any ticks. So now you'd have to cleanly and quickly get this B point captured without giving up too many lives. Force the side of the Mavericks to have to once again make a defensive hold. But right now they're trying to find control of this B side before they end up stacking it. They don't want to get chopped down off spawn. They want to try to get this cleanly. But while they're not on it, clock's ticking. I mean, you're down to less than 30 seconds. You've got to make a play quickly.
Need to get this B zone under control soon if you are Nickel State. If not, you won't even have a chance to go for A. Lives are even. It seems like you're just going to invest a couple bodies here to make this hill for the zone go quickly. Is Clanker going to make a last ditch effort here? 2 players go down, so he will drop in, but Draco's going to find an easy one there, and the B zone, it will be cleaned up there. Now minute 20 to work with Cash.
And again, 20 seconds are going to tick off the clock before they're able to organize for a push. They have so much to clear out in their spawn still. They're going to have 60 seconds. I mean, they're going to have 2, maybe 3 clean 4 pushes at this. They're looking to push through tickets and through outer. You have the kills for now, but yeah, you've got to quickly take that map real estate as you find those kills. T-Bam there to shut it all down. Sure, you get a trade out of C-Mac, but can he find more? The answer is no. 50 seconds left. You're only down a handful of lives, but again, that clock is going to be continually working against you. These pushes have to come quickly, and they have to be successful.
Linger's going to slip back into what we saw C-Mac sit in. The shadows barely gets a shot onto the ankle of Draco. Q-Tippy's going to slide in for the protection, but not able to find any kills, and that's going to be the go-ahead for the aggression now out of the Mavericks. Looking good here on their defense this time around. Y-Dogs can get aggressive onto C-Mac. The only player in a position to really strike will be the 2 on the flank for Colonel Esports, but off the respawn. Look at player number 8. Klinger's going to get into a position to line them both up, and that should be the round done and dusted for Colonel Esports. Mavericks finally putting themselves on the board here.
Getting a good hold defensively to, again, get some life back in them to get a control round win on the board here. A good defensive hold for them to take. It wasn't clean as we saw the first offensive go-around for Nickel State. They tried to get a little over-aggressive towards the A site in turn. Didn't have a lot of time to get B. Didn't have enough for clean pushes there on the way back, but they go to a defense here. Not only is it not round 5 yet, they still have a round they could technically throw away if they wanted to, but they would like to have a clean defense and close it out here. And if they can, we'll be looking at a map number 4. But that's the question. Can they do it? You look at the ARs for the side of Nickel State. 23 and 17 out of Dreco, 16 and 14 out of Shark, and again, Klinger 26 and 16, Y-Dog 13 and 17. That's the change. That's the difference. Where Dreco has stepped up, it's been countering Y-Dog, and that's the change we need to see as far as those ARs battles go.
They don't win this round through offensive ticks. They're going to be guaranteed a defense going to the last remaining round here in control, and that is not what you want to see here. If you're a Colonel Esports fan, you want to put your foot down now. You want to deny them of that opportunity to come back in map 3 and hopefully push this to map number 4, Tuscan Hardpoint. So far, so good for the team as well. Colonel Esports haven't really allowed any damage to these zones. Will be the respawners of Mavericks to get over to B, start working on this hill, and hopefully work on adding another minute to this time bank for themselves. Seeing a minute 5 right now, 2 minutes wouldn't be too bad for sieging out this A zone.
Not at all. Down 1 life as well. Just trying to get control of where's this defensive hit coming from. You catch C-Mac out bottom of double stairs, you're able to win that gunfight, but you still have yet to capture B. The A side is open. They're going to be flying at that off spawn. You are going to be trying to get control of this here, pinching back towards this A side as well from the back. But again, the stack is in, and it's accruing quickly, and there are 2 ticks of progress in.
Got 2 ticks at A. Shark needs to make a play here. Can get there in time. Shots on the T-Bam, but the B zone, or the A zone's going to get captured, and
wow,
this is not looking good right now for Colonel Esports. Only 1 tick needed at B, and this has to be everything thrown out here.
a minute 45 to do it as well on the closer site. Again, it's just a breakdown, and you know, mental composure and stability from the team. You can't let that clean of an A push come through. The stack so quick, so clean for the Mavericks, and again, as they should be rewarded for it. Q-Tippy has to go massive here. It's 3 for 1 in the feed, but all he needs one tick. If one person gets on this, you could close this out.
You can look at C-Max, going to be quite a peculiar position. Nobody's going to check it. T-Bam gets dropped on the inside. Klinger, but Q-Tippy's going to be on the case. Back and forth trades favoring out Colonel Esports. They're not done just yet. Lives even, so this is doable. I've seen it happen many times on Berlin. But right now, do they have the resilience to hold on to this round? It's another 2 down. Klinger is going to be the difference maker, but Q-Tippy through the window. It's 3 down for Mavericks, and suddenly you gotta be worrying a little bit, Cash.
It's a spawn trap. I mean, again, you see the time ticking and more so the lives. Can you keep finding a couple of these kills at a time, doing just enough? And again, for the Mavericks, you're throwing 1 life at this at a time. If you did 1 team push, I have no doubt that they could get a 4 down, but they've been throwing 1 or 2 lives at a time at it, and they've been ready for it for the side of Nickel State. You have to hold on one more time. Here comes maybe that collective push with 30 seconds left. Your hands are full. Can you make a play with 5 lives left? Here we go.
Here's your chance.
Oh, that's
It's gonna go through, and where
Wow.
did they go? I mean, Colonel Esports.
Man!
They got off and they gave it up. It was 11 lives to 5 at the end there, and it just seems like the defensive spread was a little bit spread too far thin.
Yeah. You feel like there you'd want to group up and play it that much closer because they have 5 lives left and less than 30 seconds. They have to go for the beat. They don't really have time to make a big play or a big flank. I would run that risk if I'm Colonel Esports. I would say give up the flank. Let's just see what we can do to hold it from the front. And, well, they waltz in for free, find a couple kills, and now they find themselves on defense here in round number 5. A comeback from the side of the Mavericks here. And for Nickel State, it's kind of been a tale of the series the whole night. You've had control in the beginning, you've let it slip towards the end, and you've, well, if trends continue, been punished for it to close out maps. Does it replicate here in map number 3 for the series?
The reverse sweep of the control. People say they had control, but now they don't. See if they can pull it on top and turn the vibes around here inside of Berlin. Spear up on 13 HP. Shark's gonna get the better of him. Still trades favoring the Mavericks here as they don't allow any progression over towards A. C-Max still lurking. Wide is time, but no headshot multiplier there. T-Bam gets to live a little bit longer. 32 HP as now Colonel Esports, they're just okay with going to B and making sure that they don't run the clock too low.
It's really the pressure on C-Mac to make a big play through the spawn to open things up for the teammates. Sure, Shark's finding kills from the front, but this time he has to go over C-Mac. You find 2 down. This is the time to pounce. If you're C-Mac, you've got to find these 2 players in the back. You find 1, you try to find the second, and you can. Now you have people on both points. Can you stay alive to find that tick? That all-elusive A tick you couldn't find the last go-around. Can you find success here as your teammates now finishing up the B point? That's going to be a quick no, door shut in your face once again. A minute 45 when B is captured. You're up 3 lives. Gotta find a way to dig deep here and make the right play.
You do all that work and you're only sitting 3 lives up. How 4 that C-Max taking down Spear up, but again, you're playing off of this flank potential that you have. Through Colonel Esports, Q-Tippy is going to be the spearhead here. Gets the first pick onto Klinger, and now it's go time for the rest to follow up. Unfortunately, you lose a link there. C-Mac goes down. The respawn is for Mavericks, able to get back into these power positions to shut down Colonel Esports yet again.
Shut them down yet again. Back in a comfortable position. Now they can hold preems. Now you have to work from what is essentially square one. They've drawn the lives up even. You don't have any clean openings. You know they're watching spawn because that's where you've been hitting this whole round. It might be bully ball from the front, and, well, you are getting bullied out from the front here. No clean 4 down coming your way just yet. 60 seconds left on the clock. You have a couple collective pushes at this, and you've got Y-Dog shooting you off spawn. This could not be going any worse for the side of Colonel Esports.
Q-Tippy saw him too, so yeah, C-Mac should have been well ready for that gunfight. Unfortunately for them, no. 14 lives, 15, 43 seconds left. Soon enough, you're looking at last fight territory for Colonel Esports to stay alive in this series. Mavericks, they made the comeback in control. Now they're looking to put them down in map 3. As everybody's gonna just loop up. Ready to spring on a whim. C-Max gonna be leading them in. Klinger a few damage there, but no kill. It's gonna be Q-Tippy to open things up for the likes of Colonel Esports. It's just not enough. You look at the kill feed, it's all red. 4 down again. Mavericks, they make it happen. They get the control under their own hands. And now this is their chance to get a sweep for our second match of the night.
They do it. They hold on. They find a way defensively to hold strong. In a reverse sweep fashion in control, I really did think you're up 2-0. Sure, you go back to an offense. What could go wrong? Well, everything for the side of Colonel Esports. And again, I just think that was that control was just a microcosm of a glimpse of kind of how this series went for them. Started strong, started to lapse and lose it in the mid game, and then got punished for it in the end. You could look at all 3 maps and say that's exactly how it went for them. Back to the drawing board for sure. Plenty of things to look at and to grow from for there. And again, for the side of the Mavericks, an impressive performance to come out and put down a team who you're comparable with, right? You've been on the same level in a sense as far as how you finished out previous seasons. You come out and you make a statement 3-0 win like this, and yeah, definitely got to be a good feeling.
There's one thing to say about the Mavericks going through this series as we take a look back at the replay for Control. They were never a team to just roll over and give up.
Yeah.
Those first 2 rounds of Control were dominant in favor of Colonel Esports. Those first couple, the first couple of hills and a lot of those rotations to the hard point were very dominant in favor of Colonel Esports. Even the search and destroy, I mean, those first couple of defenses, you saw Colonel Esports going toe-to-toe with them. But in the latter end of those games, you started to see the pieces kind of fall together for this Mavericks roster, and a lot of those, individual players were stepping up to, really have some key clutch moments. And if you can look at this team, if you can look at Minnesota State University of Mankato to, be a little bit more consistent in that factor, it could be a dangerous team. It could be definitely that dark horse team that I was alluding to at the start of the series that could potentially move into playoffs out of the Western Conference and take down some pretty big names.
If they continue to grow and have, again, upward trajectory, that's something they could definitely see themselves in the conversation and the opportunity to be able to have. It's weird seeing the team that 3-0'd had to have clutch potential, and like you were kind of alluding to, if they can tighten up on some of those early rounds where they're blowout hills or blowout rounds by another team, if they tighten those up, I mean, they're winning those games by a margin of 50 to 100 points in hard points. They're winning instead of 6-4 in Surge at 6-2. They're winning in a much more dominant fashion. You love the resilience and the clutch potential where they can be down and come back. You tighten up the first half of your gameplay and you're a very, very scary team.
Oh, for sure. And that's not to take anything away from Colonel Esports either. They walk into this series at an even 2-0 with their other team. They lose 0-3. It just shows that there's things to work on, but we're talking about that later. Right now, Y-Dog, welcome into the booth. How's it feel to come out with a 3-0 win there?
It feels good. I think that was a statement to be made. We played these guys in the CCL last year in Stage 2, and we choked a heartbreaker map 5-2 lead. So that felt amazing.
Yeah, not this time. Not this time. You're full sweep on Control this time, so you're looking good. I got another question though for the team, because you mentioned that you guys were around last year too in the CCL. How does it feel, as a team to represent your school for another year?
I mean, it feels great. We got 3 of the 4 that we had last semester, so I mean, the chemistry's still there. I'm excited for the season.
You added a new player too. I think Klinger, right?
Yep, Klinger.
And he looks like a fantastic addition to your team. Has the addition of him pay off? Has it been an easy transition bringing in that new fourth?
Our last fourth, Bladesy, he was disgusting. Klinger's disgusting as well. And I don't know, it just worked out. It clicked. I don't know what changed from last semester to this semester, but I'm glad it clicked.
As am I. I'm a big fan of the team, so I was glad it clicked for you guys too. But I'm going to toss you over to Cash now. I'm sure she has a few things to pick your brain about.
Definitely, yeah. Just looking at again something I've been asking teams in the sense of, you talk about how you're ready for the season, and how you got to represent in another league in the spring. In the fall, you're closing out this title. Where's your guys' heads at as far as, of course, you said tonight was a statement game against Nickel State, how closely you guys have played each other in the past. as far as the rest of this Vanguard season goes, do you see NW2 being a month out today? Are you guys locked in for the season? Do you want more than just this Nickel State rivalry win? Do you want it all, or are you guys kind of just looking to build for next year?
Well, with MW2 coming out, our coach strictly told us stay off the game. So I don't know
That's
about
awesome.
that. I think it's important to not get complacent because we're kind of riding the high. We won a collegiate land. We're still riding that high right now. We feel good, and we're hoping that we continue that throughout the season.
That's great to hear.
Awesome. Awesome for the team. I mean, you guys basically just said MW who? I'm not going to be worried about that game until this one is all done. But, you know, Wide Dog, you guys looked great. I'm glad to see you guys finding your footing here in another year. Is there anybody you have your eyes on to get a little bit of revenge on in the Star League?
We're excited for TAMU. They're in our conference. We're looking at them. They're next.
Okay.
That's it for now. Yeah, one at a time. TAMU first, then we'll worry about the others.
Building blocks, step by step, to get to that moment. I like it. I like it. And now, you know, we get to let you go from the interview. But before that, any shout-outs you want to make?
Shout out my team. They're disgusting, and I love them. That's it. And shout out to you guys for doing this. Appreciate you guys casting over our match.
Absolutely.
That's it. Oh, and shout out Coach
that.
Kovu. Yeah, that guy, our coach.
He wants a little bit of airtime too, but thanks for coming out, Wide Dog. You guys look great. Congratulations on the win. But that's all for now. We'll see you next time on stream, hopefully.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Looks like 3-0s for days right now, Cash.
Days,
I mean,
man.
two quick games coming out there, and Mavericks, you know, they come into the season with 3 out of the 4 players of the roster. Yes, they lose out on Bladesy. It was the one player that I was just impressed with last year from this team. You may have lost him, but Klinger just seems like somebody you can count on, a consistent player that you can always count on.
Most definitely, and you know, as White Dog was saying, in addition, that just clicked. If it clicks, you don't really have to question why it clicked. It's working. It clicked. They're riding the high from the land they just won. It seems like things are pointing in the right direction for this team, and they're just going to continue working on the building blocks that they have in front of them. So I'm excited to see what this team's able to do, and I really hope that they can come out, have a good, strong rest of the season, and continue to show growth as a squad.
Can't wait to see them either. Well, that's going to be it, folks, for Call of Duty Varsity League here for Wednesday. We had a 3-0 earlier on the day going in favor of the University of New Haven Chargers, and a 3-0 right after that coming out of the Minnesota State University of Mankato Mavericks. So pretty quick day here for Call of Duty, but the action is not done yet. On the flip side of this break, you're going to have Valor, and to take you through that, Ash and Los. We'll see you there.
It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Welcome back to the NACE Star League. We just wrapped up some Call of Duty, a great couple of series, but now it's time to finish things off here with Valorant. It's week 2 of this season as we started things a little late, but better late than never, and it's still such a great season to be had. I'm Los, joined now by Ash, and Ash, welcome to NACE Star League Valorant.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I did unfortunately miss out in the first week here for the Valorant run, but I'm excited to be back for week number 2. We've got the teams already locked and loaded, and it's going to be Irvine Valley College versus Wichita State University to kick things off here tonight.
Yeah, no, this is going to be an absolute heater, and it's still early in the season as we have plenty of activity, plenty of time for these teams to hash out their differences here in the server, but it will be all season long that they're competing to try and get into that upper echelon, that upper tier in the leaderboards to make it all the way to playoffs. But even if you don't get through conference finals, you can make your way through the last chance qualifier to get into the playoffs. There's still hope, and the competition will be heated up, and it's going all semester long until those in-person grand finals in December. In person is something I like to hear. Collegiate lands are hot. They're very exciting, and it gives these competitors the perfect opportunity to have that in-person experience when a lot of these players might even be going to these schools remote.
Yeah, I mean, I love to hear that there's always more money being also invested into the collegiate scene, right? Have that great pipeline for players, encourage schools to invest into their esports organizations as well. So for NACE Star League to be ending things off with a LAN opportunity as well is just massive, because otherwise a lot of these players might not have the chance to do so while they're in school.
No, absolutely, and it's just great to see how much NACE is expanding to all of these new schools joining up, especially with Valorant. It used to be a once-in-a-while event that would happen over the weekend, but now this is a full-on season that we're finding here. But we got to check things out since we are going to be joining up with Irvine Valley College. Sorry, I got League of Legends on my mind right now. Irvine Valley College going up against Wichita State Esports, and here's the map choices. It's Bind, Ascent, and if we need to go to a map 3, it will be Breeze.
Who? Bind? I mean, that was a tough one. I also got caught off guard by the card of the map there for a second, but Bind is a tough one. It's a very one-sided map, so luckily it is like a best of 3 series as well, right? You don't usually see Bind coming out in best of 1s because of the risk that it can be so one-sided. I look forward to seeing how things play out because, you know, a team can be up on the defense, but might not be able to close it out on the attacking side.
Yeah, when it comes to the attack on Bind, if you have the ability to lock down these small angles, because there isn't much breathing room when you're going to the attack, so if you have the ability to just keep that constant control of these lanes and being an ever-present stalwart defense, it'll be such a tricky maneuver to try and get back on top. But speaking of who will be manning these positions, we've got the 2 rosters here, and for Irvine Valley College, it's Murky, Volk, Peach Cobbler, Danny, and Bola, and stepping up against them from Wichita is Thiessen, Truman, Lotus, a Pizzasaurus, and Seeks. Didn't know about that one in my dinosaur lesson.
Gotta go back to some Archaeology 101, right? Check that out. But I'm really excited to see what these rosters have to bring. As far as Wichita State University, I believe a couple of those names might be new. I've casted them previously before, and unless there are just maybe IGN changes, IGN swap outs, it looks like there might be some new additions to the roster. But luckily, we will likely have that interview coming in after the best of 3 series, depending on who wins, so we can find out then.
Hey, well, speaking of those new players, I'm feeling that new blood. I believe in Wichita State esports. We've got some unpredictability. It's still very early here into the Valorant semester, so anything can happen. And I'm open. I'm open to that fresh players. And if it's new players, if they're freshmen, they gotta be on that Zoomer energy. They have to have those cracked aiming abilities. We'll be able to find out if that actually holds up, or it's just a just hopium for me here on Bind.
Time will definitely tell, but you put Wichita State in your back pocket. I decided to put Irvine Valley College in mine. And to kick things off, this is Wichita State's map pick here on Bind. We've got this lovely cinematic to take us through, and I'm excited to see if either of these teams actually take advantage of the gimmick of Bind, which is those teleporters. You see a lot of teams not utilizing them whatsoever, and then you have different teams that might just hop in it whenever they can, catch the other team off guard, so time will tell on that.
Okay, well, off the rip, from seeing these in-game names, there's a lot more cohesion with Irvine Valley. They've got the IVC except for Sodachi. So I feel that the chemistry is going to be a little intimidating here when you've got that team synergy. Things may step up in your favor. Of course, that could be completely false, but you never know. Off the rip, though, double controller. What are you thinking about that, Ash?
I like the double controller, but it's also going to rely on the fact that means that the Viper does have to get a lot of value out of the utility, right? So you have to be, at least on the attacking side, putting that pressure on a potential lurk towards usually a short with the toxic screen. But starting on the defense first, we're going to focus on that a little bit more. Playing more so that pseudo sentinel, this is going to allow a bit more flexibility over towards Sodachi to actually go for those early points of contact, because a Viper just holds sights down so well here on Bind.
Excited to see how it plays out. I do like that double controller, because I've always thought in my mind that Viper is much more of a sentinel rather than a aggressive controller that you could use. Of course, you can split up sights when you're going on the attack with that toxic screen, but I think the true strength comes in on the defense. But looking at the composition from Wichita State, I feel like that's incredibly standard from what you would expect on a squad going to Bind. With the Fade and the Raze, that is a synergistic piece de resistance if you could land that Seize and Paint Shells in the same location.
Definitely agree with you on that. And actually, as the little banner comes up, we just want to remind you guys, when it comes down to it, that we do have a lovely sponsor on board for us. We are going to be so thankful here for the side of Extra Life. Naystar League wants to thank, all sponsors across the board, but especially Extra Life here. You guys can head over to extralife.org for more information on how you guys can help change the future to win games. I clearly did not do enough vocal warm-up because I'm tripping over all of these tongue twisters.
I was doing a little bit of red lorry, yellow lorry right before we got into this one, so I'm right there with you. I heard rapping is pretty solid, that you could just try and bring out your favorite song before you get into it. We'll see how this wrap around into hookah, though, is going to work out for Wichita State. There won't be any resistance for them as they take the initial engagement.
Just pretty slow starts here on the side of WSU to kick things off. Actually, an early boombot to clear out hookah here on the side of Irvine, but at the moment, a very passive default thus far. As I say that, of course, the guiding light will go out here for the side of Wichita, over towards the B site, looking to draw a bit more attention, but little do they know, on the side of Irvine Valley, the lurk is actually coming over here from Pizzasaurus.
Danny Neither Danny nor Pizzasaurus able to land a shot, but it's intimidation enough. They won't have that rendezvous if they want to use it for a later date. And now the execute onto B site is in full effect. All this utility going out, but none of it actually making any connections. It's Lotus, though, jumping on top of the tube, able to take out Volk, and now the site is officially theirs.
Smooth little plant, and a disadvantage here on the side of Irvine. Now that the spike is initiated, time is on the side of the attackers, and they have one player down. So here, for Irvine Valley College, also going for that double controller instead of a double initiator setup, they're not going to have nearly as much information on this pushback through.
Maybe they don't need information as long as they've got the gun skills in a matter of seconds. B-site no longer in the hands of Wichita State, but they're still fighting for it, and even in Garden, that's where it's gotten crazy. Pizzasaurus coming through with the clutch to save it out on a 3K.
Nice pistol round to kick things off here for the side of Wichita, and this is also a nice way to start out the attacking side, right? We talked so much about it in the pre-show about how Bind is a very defenders-heavy map, so garnering already that pistol round advantage that allows you to buy up, and as I say, buy up. Okay, I thought we were going to see the second Phantom coming out, but there's potential for this hero gun to then be carried over to the bonus here for Wichita.
Based off that first round, if anyone's able to land those shots, it's Pizzasaurus, and they've done well for keeping themselves alive. Another duel may present itself here as Sadachi actually opt to back off. They won't have that option for the rendezvous. But it's more than just a single lurk, it's two players up in showers.
Yeah, just the default. Once again, Wichita State, they like to play very passive in the early round. Not even, I mean, they're playing for contact, right? Sitting far back, seeing if the defenders will be pushing out. And because of this lack of information, you can see Irvine Valley College actually a little bit trigger happy with some util. You saw the haunt already going out. They tend to favor actually checking towards Hookah to ensure that nobody has pushed in quite yet.
And still, it's a game of peaks. Sodachi, again, rendezvousing away, but the real focus is back onto B. They've already lost one player, Murky, playing a dangerous game, lurking around in the smoke, but they've got backup. Two right clicks on that classic. Could be deadly, but they don't even need it. However, in response, Lotus is taken down too. So they've left this site wide open. We've got a creeper right around an elbow. We'll see what Danny is able to do with that.
Nice little pinch retake to come through. They did hear also the TP door open here for Wichita State, so knowledge will be given that you are going to be waiting for Sadachi to try and push in towards Hookah. And all things said and done, an easy 2-0 here for Wichita State University. It's as you expect the cookie to crumble, right? You know, you win out that pistol, you have the advantage in the second round. Usually that would be secured unless a really nasty Thrifty can come through.
Sodachi has that pre-patch rendezvous. I don't know how they were able to pull off 3 uses in a single round, but must have got a cooldown reduction or something. Regardless, now we do have that big buy, but even so, Danny unable to invest and find that full shield. So this is still going to be a difficult one to win out. But even so, this isn't a default. This seems to be an aggressive play on B.
Oh, that would have been a really nice dink, but I believe it was actually a wallbang. As I say that, though, regardless, this bonus starting out supremely well here for the side of Wichita State University already. First 2 picks into their hands, an open sight for the plant here on B. Lotus with the Trailblazer also going to clear out towards elbow there, and they're just full on going with this momentum. They've picked up some Vandals as well. Things are looking like a save here for Irvine.
Yeah, Danny and Sodachi realize that this is a hopeless situation, but at least they're able to walk away with some rifles in hand. It would be a much worse scenario, losing out on this round, losing all the eco advantage, well, that you were hoping to have, but at least you have a heroic duo to walk into round 4. Wichita State take the bonus flawlessly.
They definitely do, and I mean, I know that I voted for Irvine, had the underdog kind of in my back pocket for this prediction, but I do actually want to add the history of Wichita State University to the storyline here. They actually had a bye round. They're 1-0 right now, so all things considered as well, that tells you that they are the upper seed in this particular matchup. You expect them to be performing maybe just a little bit better, but we'll see how Irvine Valley College is able to adapt to them throughout.
That buy round, it just gives them an extra week to prepare and scrim.
Yep.
So maybe that's useful, but you know, I haven't talked to enough professionals in the matter to figure out if that actually holds weight, or I'm just talking out of nowhere. Regardless, we've got another play toward the B side, but this time it won't be so easy because you've got Danny here to lock things down.
Keeping a hold on things for the first time. Irvine able to pick up the first blood for themselves, right? It's also on this kind of broken buy where you have those 2 hero guns come through. I believe essentially half buys for the rest of the team. And again, very slow contact plays here from Wichita State University.
And there's a great risk here walking through that poison orb. You don't want to be the first one to put your body on the line when it comes to this fight, but they have to wait for this gas to dissipate. No more fuel, but even so, it's just a back and forth between the orb and the screen. It doesn't matter now because they had to evacuate once they lost their gambit of that smoke. Spike planted. You can just play for the retake.
I think we would also have expected B to be a little bit more difficult for Wichita to take, and again, this elbow aggression to come out from them. They really like to scale up that nasty shot there from Thiessen. And now, Wichita State University, again, looking at the advantage here by 1 player.
Merc with just a pistol. We'll leave a sheriff. Hoping to grab those 1 taps, but no tap to be had. Peach Cobbler, though, in a position that could be surprising, but with this call out, and it's not even necessary for some teammates to come through. Thiessen gets a 4K, and it's 4-0 for Wichita State. But now there is some money in the hands of Irvine Valley. Not a lot, but enough to give them a bit more firepower. And they don't have much in terms of ultimates as well to have a stronger defense.
Speaking about ultimates, there is the Nightfall online there for Thiessen, right? So we could use that for some scaling here for the side of Wichita State University, find that information, try to continue on with this momentum on their side. But when it comes down to the money situation you mentioned, Irvine Valley College now stuck in this really awkward back and forth economy where they're on these awkward saves and buys, and they've really got to make the difference here in this particular round before Wichita State are able to continue to accumulate these rounds for themselves.
Good work over in Showers, denying a push and dropping a Sky Smoke as well from Murky, just to make sure that no one wants to press their luck and get hyper-aggressive in response to that early loss. But we haven't seen too much of a play here from Wichita State on A. Usually they want to go for that pick around A and then make their full execute toward the opposite site. But this time, they've gone slow again. And not exactly hyper-aggressive, but they are bringing back up 3 players in Showers for the push.
Definitely not. But again, the early utility to come out here from Irvine Valley College, saw that Haunt expended there towards Showers just to check things out, and still another Sky Smoke was laid down, I believe. So I believe there's only 1 more left in the hands of Irvine Valley College, and with this slow push, still, at the very least, really nice stagger to come out here with the paint shells, as well as this molly. We're going to see the orbital strike go out, back sight, try to clear out 1, will land it down on Murky, equalizing here for Wichita State.
Huge space taker there by Seeks, but they have to worry about Peach Cobbler, who's lurking around in U-Haul, already claimed 1 victim. Going for a re-pick, it should be easy pickings. 4 bullets though. They won't make the commitment. The paint shells here. Oh, it's all over for Seeks. And Irvine Valley College able to have a stellar round, only taking 1 casualty along the way and even forcing out an orbital strike of their opponents.
I'd say that we've seen the adjustment that I talked about, right? They are changing the way that they play now. Irvine Valley College haven't been getting as antsy as far as looking for any early points of contact, instead sitting back, kind of realizing that Wichita State University will play quiet in the early round, always try to go for that first blood before rotating off. And now that that first point is on the board, hopefully Irvine Valley College manages to continue to steal this momentum away. And again, this advantage here for Wichita State University, it is their map pick as well, so that could speak as to comfort here too.
Definitely truth to be found there, as this is their first hiccup. But also, looking at the larger picture, they do have plenty of money, so even if this next round fails, they'll still be in a position where they could buy back. So even though Irvine Valley has secured their first win, they have to ensure that they do not take any casualties. The money isn't in their favor, but is Sodachi able to take advantage here? No, they'll fall. Danny comes in for a singular trade, but it's not enough. 2 players fall, leaving nobody left to defend B. A 3-player rotate from A commencing.
And that lurk that we're actually going to see come through here from Pizzasaurus on the A side as well. So this is going to be huge impact to stall out any retake potential, even just completely annihilate Irvine Valley College if they don't check spawn. And as I say that, Volk, with a chip on their shoulder, will be taking Pizzasaurus down now. 3v3 on this retake. Still a lot of time already stalled out here by the attackers.
Nightfall being utilized by Wichita State, but it doesn't help too much when you don't have vision through the smokes, potentially sending out a Prowler. No, it'll be a seize, as well as, I think another explosive was used, but they can't see anything. They haven't the vision to stop this defusal, and keeping 3 alive, they've been able to pull off a fantastic retake and defusal.
I also just don't think Wichita State expected Irvine Valley College to stick the defuse in that situation when you are deafened by the Nightfall to come through and whatnot. Usually you see like, okay, maybe they'll try and tap, bait us out, try to get us to push out of the smoke first, but complete faith within their team there on the side of Irvine Valley College to secure their second round on the board. And now, if you look at those ultimates, I believe there are 4 to work with here. The first one to be popped is going to be that Viper's Pit over towards the B side, and aggressive push in towards Showers, punished by that Seize and Paint Shell.
That wombo combo is always satisfying. Marky doesn't have any option. They don't have a healer on their team, that Sky, that can rejuvenate them a little bit after a few dinks. But even so, that minor gain that they got in terms of the single kill over by A-Site, it doesn't indicate a push. It doesn't signal them to make their move because they're playing a strong default. And even this presence on B is going to be a hard sell because B long is covered by that Viper's Pit.
Very true. And then we also see that investment of the trademark in towards Hookah as well. It just makes B very daunting. So very much so trying to counter the attacking site that's preferred by the side of Wichita State University. Now rotating over here towards A, where the hold is a lot weaker. You also have the members here are extremely separated from each other. Orbital strike to come through for front U-Haul, pushing Truman off the angle. A lot of damage done thus far.
That was a smart gambit. Murky wanted to force a fight that they were confident they could win. But in this moment, it's about playing your life. Truman did so efficiently. These spike plants, they don't have to worry about unnecessary duels. They've got the power in their hands, but the question is, can Sodachi from this flank put a bit of extra pressure? Peach Cobbler does have the showstopper if they want to make something happen, if they want to have a flashy intro to this fight, but they won't utilize it. They don't need it just yet. Lotus able to guard the back, but in doing so, it's whittled it down just to 1 player. Pizzasaurus able to take them down for good. And after a nice 2-round run, Wichita State is back in action.
That was a really nice off angle being held there by front U-Haul to catch that flank off guard from the side of Sodachi. Now, like you mentioned, back in the name of the game here for Wichita State University. Taking a quick look at what's available for them on this particular push, we are going to see that orbital strike available. So leaning actually here towards the B side once again for Wichita, but you would have maybe expected them to lean towards A, where that orbital strike feels really potent to clear out U-Haul. That's gotta hurt.
That is unfortunate. Sodachi, hoping to make great use out of that tour de force, is forced to sit out of this round. But we've seen this Toxic Screen and Poison Orb be put in conjunction, and once you run out of fuel, it becomes a very tough defensive maneuver for Danny. However, Volk playing it very close. Ratty even in market.
A really nice contact play as well, because you had Murky playing contact, trying to get the swing through, but it doesn't matter because Seeks is going to clean up that push, and this leaves the Viper from Irvine Valley College all alone. Danny in a 1v4 retake situation. Pizzasaurus already claiming this Heaven control, and they're just going to push for it. Yeah, they're running it down. We've seen it before. Wichita State University, they like to head straight into CT.
Yeah, when they feel they've got the advantage, when they smell blood in the water, they're going to charge straight ahead and going for the kill. And rightfully so, because they've got money to play around with. Look at the economy. Not a single player under 4,500. So they could lose the next 2 rounds, maybe even 3. Don't quote me on the math here. Maybe even the next 3 rounds and still be able to buy when it comes to. So this is just an incredibly favorable position for Wichita State. And they have the agency to take risks.
And look at the way that, once again, they're stacking here towards shore on this eco this time around. I also like how we're seeing the spike actually being placed into the hands of Thiessen on the side of Wichita, being only 1 away from that Nightfall, ensuring that it will be alive in the post-plant situation. Prowler will get the information that someone on the side of Irvine has gotten a little bit too aggressive here towards shore.
That's a tough situation. The Stinger in the hands of Peach Cobbler, unable to gobble their opponents. And they'll take those 2 kills and walk away with it. You can see the rotation coming away from B. Another free site handed over to Wichita State. It's always playing that game of cat and mouse, tricking your opponents. And these are some devious gamers here.
Free plants once again here on the B side, but this was also an eco round here for Irvine Valley College, right? So I'd like them to see maybe just trying to get as much damage done as possible, keep Wichita State University close to the spike, let that explosion do the work for them, but again, aggression into CT doesn't seem like that's likely to happen.
May want to be careful because getting in too close could be a recipe for disaster, handing a phantom to your opponents, but that's certainly not the case with Truman lining up a couple of headshots to finish that off. And now we're going to be jumping into a timeout because Irvine Valley at the moment are supremely struggling, and maybe a moment to step back and try and understand what they could do to better their situation is definitely necessary, because what I'm seeing so far is that it's not their fault that Irvine is falling for this, but Wichita State is so skilled at baiting their opponents into rotations.
The thing is, they are, but they aren't at the same time. The baits are really nice, but for the most part, I feel like we've seen Irvine Valley College just holding pretty steady on their sites. Yeah, there have been a couple times where they've baited out rotations a little early on. It's very expected, especially on eco rounds where you have to try and play that numbers advantage when possible. But otherwise, on buys, they're pretty good about just holding default positions. But I would like to maybe see more so that ebb and flow control of the map. You know, let your Viper handle one side of the map. Really keep that one locked down with utility. Then on the other side, try to go for a more aggressive push out showers or short. You play a little bit farther back on B and whatnot. Look for that information because you don't have that second initiator to rely on.
That's definitely a drawback when it comes to bringing that double controller. It's great for defense as long as you don't lose your initial defensive fight. If you could stop anyone from pushing through your smokes and keeping it very deadly, well, we'll find out if this is going to be a deadly angle or not. Sodachi not wait to make it happen, but with the Prowler, they have to run away. Volk there to try and create some pressure. They do get some bullets on the Truman, but they don't find any kills.
I like this change coming through, though. We talked about how Viper can lock down a site really well, and that means that playing that Pseudo Sentinel here on the B side, now swapping their chamber over towards A, whereas previously you had both of those players stacked on B, right? So there wasn't as much stall to come out from Irvine Valley, and as I say that, no stall is possible here towards B because Pizzasaurus cleaning up with a really nice spray transfer there towards B long.
absolutely smashing with Pizzasaurus, able to take those 2 kills. And as we've seen many times, it only takes a few moments for Irvine Valley to lose control of the site. Pizzasaurus pushed up so heavy, looking to play off of that guiding light. Unfortunately, Murky looking away at the correct time to be able to survive, but now they have to deal with the Nightfall. Not a crazy use because you have Thiessen pushing up an elbow, taking the fight to the defenders.
That's kind of what you have to do with the Nightfall online, though, right? You get that out. If you get tagged up by it, you can't rely on those sound cues. So if they're pushing up close to you, you might as well just try and swing if possible. You know, you have that advantage. Go for the double swing because you want that peeker's advantage. You can't rely on your ears. You can only rely on your eyes. And they're looking to take this operator out of hands here for Sadachi, and Thiessen cleaning up with that 3K will do just that. I'm not sure. We'll see if they actually picked it up to throw over to their chamber. Nope. They said we don't need it. We're vibing. No attacking sighted up. We don't want to give it away for free to the defenders if the case happens.
Yeah, that's asset denial right there. Simply by not wanting to pick that up. No, you keep that up. We don't need it. We're good. Keep the change. Keep the sniper. While they'll keep 8 rounds in their favor on the attacking half here on Bind. It's another eco round, so basically a guaranteed 9th for Wichita.
We'll see if the Bucky and Stinger can do any work. Stinger did recently get a pretty crazy buff. I'm a personal Stinger enthusiast, if I do say so myself. But First Blood, again, in the hands of Pizzasaurus. They are so clean with ensuring that advantage for their team.
See, that happened because Peach Cobbler did not have the Stinger, but here comes a showstopper. Truman dashing all the way through into sight, able to send the showstopper behind them. That's how far the blast packs secured their space. It's a 1v5. Late work here for Danny. In this moment, oh, I thought the crosshair placement was perfect, but Thiessen is just so quick with these peaks.
Last round in the half.
Last round before we swap sides. Potential for Wichita State University to take it into the second half of the game with double digits. Otherwise, we'll be looking at a 9-3. Glass Cannon Operator in the hands of Sadachi. Once again, posted over towards the A side, but I feel like Thiessen's been a really great counter over to that chamber as well, always being able to seek them out with the Prowler in hand.
You want to play? Let's play.
Now there's the threats. That tour de force didn't need to pick up the offensive, but now they bring it out via the ultimate and a follow-up from Lotus. All of this utility being dropped in the final round. It has created another devastating blow against Irvine Valley. 2 on 5 for the retake. It'll take 2 angles to make it happen.
They have a showstopper here for Peach Cobbler, though, so this could be a huge potential to equalize, but I'm not sure if they're anticipating Chamber holding with the Tool de Force right underneath Heaven.
So many bullets. Let her... Okay, good one out of Danny. Maybe another one to follow it up, and it is, unfortunately, the showstopper isn't able to go on, but in the meantime, a little consolation prize to a loss. Danny able to pull off a 3K in the moment, but even so, they're still losing 10-2 so far in the first map. Wichita State putting on a clinic.
Yeah, that would have been a really tough situation for Danny regardless. It would have had to been a 1v5 situation to actually secure that last round. So this is going to be more important than ever for Irvine Valley College to secure this pistol round. If not, likely going to see a match point coming up really shortly. So this pistol could be the difference maker to set the tone actually for this half.
Potentially for the rest of the game.
Yep.
If it doesn't go successful for IVC. Strong presence, 3 players pushing up the showers. Pizzasaurus having to back off within seconds, but that's a clustered paint shell to throw into showers, but they will remain. Strong force of 3, but even so, you've got 2 players on the flank.
this is the aggression that I kind of mentioned that I wanted to see from Irvine on the defender side. And very different stances when it comes down to actual... Okay, that was a nice right click, but like I was saying, really different stances as far as the attacking side here for Irvine Valley College. A lot of like early investment, a really interesting actual trademark over towards the B side as well. It doesn't completely hold the flank through.
Good openers as they move on to site, still haven't taken a casualty. There is the threat of Seeks coming from the back line. 2 players by U-Haul might be able to handle that one efficiently. They still have no vision. Murky and Peach Cobbler closing things down, and Seeks doesn't even have a chance to make it happen. As Irvine take the first pistol. Well, I mean, I guess just the first round here on the second half.
Pistol was important for them to kind of keep the potential going and whatnot. It's still a pretty long climb up, but not as scary as what would have likely been that match point, right? So now having this advantage as far as weaponry goes, it's really going to be important here for Irvine Valley College to not obviously only secure this round, but try to carry as many guns over as possible. So playing together, not allowing those 1vx situations to happen. As I say that coveted C's nade combo to go out towards short. Irvine Valley College playing really nicely, playing far back, trying to avoid it.
Looking to take advantage of the excitement, the jitters that may be present on the attacking team because they finally got around after so long. They have the advantage. Maybe they want to rush things in and ensure their victory, keep things going for their momentum. Not the case. Despite this moment, this flash of success, Irvine Valley is not going to let this get a hold of them. Keep their mental strong. But it'll be the opposite. Aggressive plays from Wichita State. Truman, the first one to take a shot. And they'll have backup, and Pizzasaurus is able to secure it, but not without facing death in return. But even through it all, Thiessen is able to come out on top.
Ooh. Snakebite's really nice, but Danny's just going to continue running with it. Thiessen has a Spectre in hand now. To continue to aggress here is a dangerous decision.
Trade possible. They will secure it. Thiessen does fall, but after quite a bit of an onslaught, it wants some time. Seeks now with a shorty in hand. Doesn't bode well for their prospects coming back, and it is a team ace. Another win for Irvine Valley. Losing 2 guns is unfortunate, but they still are able to take that money going forward and have a successful bonus.
Yeah, plus swapped out that Marshall for the Bulldog instead, right? So at the very least, or the Spectre, either or, at the very least, able to carry on an even better gun going into this next round. So the bonus here for Irvine Valley College, when it comes down to it, even if they can't secure this round win, they just want to do as much damage over to the Wichita State's economy. That way, on their next bye, things can be a little bit more unfair, a little bit more difficult for Wichita. Hopefully they can get a 5th round on the board either way. And swapping things up this time around, Irvine Valley College actually going for a default play instead of that A-heavy lean.
Nice to see, but with 3 players in showers, they were hoping to catch out an aggressive defender. Not the case. All angles are covered when it comes to A. And it seems that they might take their chances utilizing that toxic screen. You do have 1 player in hookah, Peach Cobbler. However, short of sending a paint shell over just to try and root out players hiding behind the tube, not much that they could pull off all alone.
Playing outside of U-Haul as well. So on the side of Wichita State, they anticipate that, right? The U-Haul control to be the name of the game here for Irvine. Playing outside of it, allowing them to take that space, but at least playing the trades for back site control. But regardless, toxic screen, bit of a bait here with 30 seconds left. Irvine Valley College, they're heading over towards the B site.
Still having to break through that sky smoke.
Oh, that doesn't hit.
I've got no information at the moment, but now with his paint shell and 13 seconds left, their initial
Lotus?
the play is stopped. The Lotus able to take down 3 from Hookah, but there still is time. They can finish things off, but Thiessen works to prevent, at least no, the plant does come through, but prevent a post-plant setup. It is denied, and Wichita State take their 11th.
That's also the risk of running down the clock, right? It can be really nice to just slow things down, go for a burst execution and blitz onto site in the late round. But if you haven't successfully baited out any rotations from the enemy team on the defensive side, you're gonna then be pushed in, stalled out, and just have the clock run down on you while you try to get that spike initiated. And in those situations, that's exactly what ended up happening. You know, Spike did manage to go down, but unfortunately weren't able to set up for any sort of post-plant hold. And looks like Irvine Valley College, they're going to be heading over towards their bread and butter here towards the A side. Haunt to go through here for A short, just to follow up with the boom bots, and yep, it's going to be your standard hit, smokes across the board.
Nothing spotted, nothing learned. But even so, defenders will fall. Pizzasaurus having to back off after a single kill. A nice one indeed. But with all the solid utility, it is good for the initial attack, but now there won't be any smokes in terms of this post plant. They utilized all of that utility, and it's leaving them very exposed. Pizzasaurus now looking to go on a tear, but it will be denied. Both pulling it down with the C's, hoping it'll keep them safe, but after a brawl, it will be Thiessen who stands among the bodies and is left to earn match point.
And that was difficult too because, like you mentioned, all smokes expended, and we were kind of waiting for that toxic screen to come up in the post-plant situation, but because all toxins had been used there on the poison orb that was covering up U-Haul, there was nothing left. In Wichita State University, they don't play their retakes slow. They play them fast, and they like to overwhelm you. We're going to see now another timeout here coming out from IVC, and they're in the hot seat right now. This is, you know, Wichita State's map pick, so we were expecting things to probably go in their favor, but maybe we're hoping for a slightly closer matchup.
You know, it goes against the idea that it's a curse, really, that you always lose your map pick. Maybe not the case today. There still is the chance for Irvine Valley to come back and make a miraculous 8-round run to secure overtime, but not quite to be expected. But with this timeout, it still is important that you can try and get as many rounds as you can, show that you do have what it takes to bring out and play with the best of them here in the NACE Star League. And even though this may seem like a late timeout, it's still a necessary one to put your best effort forward and try and make this as close as possible.
Agree with you on that, but if we look over at the bye on the side of Irvine Valley College, this is going to be a tough feat, that's for sure, because now they're stuck in this. You're going to have like pretty awkward buys going through even if you get that round win, right? Really early util though being expended already off the bat here from Wichita State. Looking to use... Okay, we've got the Viper's pick coming out, so this could actually be a huge difference maker to convert this round here for Irvine.
Oh, that was looking deadly with the X-Ray Truman almost having a shot landed.
Oh, what the?
Oh my god! Well, there it goes. There's the map. Truman, the great spray through the smoke, destroyed the gambit that was being brought by Irvine Valley. The Viper's pit denied and destroyed. And a flawless round to cap things off on map 1. Wichita State looking dangerous.
Ooh, 13-5 there on their map pick here for Wichita State University. But again, it's a best-of-3 series here, right, Los? So we've got one more map coming up at the very least. We'll see if Irvine's able to bring it back there. Unfortunately, this time around, even with the timeouts being called, they weren't quite able to make the necessary adaptations.
Yeah, what we could look at, and we kind of touched upon it in the latter rounds of this map, is utility utilization. It feels that most of the tools at the disposal for Irvine Valley were used in the beginning of the round. They have to be a bit more sparing when it comes to using their smokes. I mean, they brought in 2 different controllers, yet it seemed in many cases on that post plant they were running out of materials. They were running out of things to keep them safe and deny vision, and that is not what you'd expect considering their composition. So maybe things just have to be a bit slower for their post plant, but then again, saying it's a bit slower against a massively aggressive team like Wichita is it's a hard ask.
It's definitely a hard ask. We'll see what they're able to do, though, in the next map, because, you know, this might be the first time that they've played up against each other. We don't know what's going on in other leagues necessarily, right? So now that they have this first map under their belt here for IVC, they might be able to see, okay, this is kind of like the general pacing that Wichita State likes to go with. But as we mull over that, I'm sure both teams are mulling over each other's performances as well. We will catch you guys right on the other side of this break.
And there is the weekly schedule. You can check it out, COD and Valorant today, in case you forgot what day it is. It's Wednesday. And tomorrow, after we wrap things up here, it'll be Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and Counter-Strike Global Offensive on Friday. Folks, well, we got to focus on the here and now. It's Valorant. It's Irvine Valley College. It's Wichita State Esports. And they're sporting an impressive roster so far with a decisive bind. But we're back. We're better than ever. And we're thinking that IVC has brought some time to cool down and rethink their strategies. In case you forgot what our names were as well, I know China's getting a little antsy. My name is Los, joined by Ash still. And Ash, what are we thinking for map number 2?
Well, map number 2, we're heading over to Irvine College's playground, right? So IVC gonna feel a little bit more comfortable. Hopefully we'll see that in their gameplay as well. And Ascent, when it comes down to it, which is actually the second map, spoilers if you missed the picks and bans earlier today, but it's a bit more even on both sides, right? It's your very typically standard map build. You know, you got small chokes here towards the A and B side, and then a nice and open mid area.
Yeah, mid control is going to be a very interesting factor because this is going to heavily rely on the default setups, or it be a big factor in the default setup that we've seen from Wichita. They like to play it slow, and if they're unable to take control of mid, it's going to be a huge detriment to their play. So I think it's a big focal point for IVC that they want to ensure nobody can walk up mid, nobody can cut off their options for a rotation. And if they're unable to do that, well, that's just another feather in Wichita State's cap. But as we said, this is IVC's map, so I'm sure they've got everything written down in the playbook. I can't wait to see what they're bringing to the table because we didn't get a great representation of what they can do back on Bind. So now it's redemption time, Ash.
It's redemption time, and hopefully they can sweep the opposite way, take things to a third map, because again, it is a best of 3 series, right? But before we do go into agent select, Los, I want to ask you, are there any particular agents, any compositions you would like to see coming here on Ascent today?
So, I don't think this actually works on Ascent. I've seen this agent be picked up here and there, but I like Cypher. I want Cypher back. I want Cypher back in action. I see too many memes saying that they're just a useless agent, but there's reason. There's a reason for them to come back in now. Neural Theft, not really a very useful ultimate. It's kind of just a throwaway. You hear, oh, where are you hiding? And you think, oh, this is going to inconvenience me for about half a second.
Yeah.
But I think the use of trips can be solid, especially since there's so many different avenues. Or actually, there's a limited amount of avenues, and having the double trapwire is useful as opposed to the singular trademark that a chamber could have, or this singular alarm bot or turret covering a one angle that a Killjoy could bring. So not a composition. I didn't really...
Okay, we've just got a... Not quite answering the question, but I'm learning more about you, right? We're learning that Los is in fact a Cypher fanboy. But I wouldn't say Cypher is no longer useless in the overall Valorant meta. If a Neon pick comes through, right, Cypher is essentially the only hard counter sentinel when it comes down to a Neon. But on Ascent, you don't normally see the Neons coming out. Normally it's going to be that Jet, that Raze, even sometimes no duelist compositions if you just want to rely on a chamber for that early point of contact. But for either of these teams thus far, no chamber across the board. They're opting for that Killjoy instead, and by the looks of these hovers, a mirror matchup is the fortune to be told.
Yeah, and it's a certainly respectable move because this is, from what I've seen, from what everyone can experience through their own time playing the game, ranked, what have you, even looking at high-level competition, this seems to be the ultimate move. I mean, you may want to opt for a Sky just to have those extra flashes because KO, the flash drive does have its fault. It leaves to be desired, as it doesn't have that major control that a guiding light would. But there was a buff in terms of the potentiality of the left click. But I don't know how to fully use that yet. I'm not a KO expert. I just throw the knives and let her rip. However, we're going to see if this comes to fruition, if this mirror matchup is going to work in the favor of IVC. They picked it as soon as they could. They're confident in it. Let's see if that confidence holds to truth.
Well, I also want to point out, though, that despite the fact that a lot of people would say that the flash drive is a little bit easier or less easy to control than a guiding light or whatnot, you also have to consider the 0 point available, right? If we're playing on Ascent, it's a lot of close quarters. There are a lot of really nice lineups for that knife to come out. So very, very high likelihood of landing that suppression onto an enemy, and that can completely stall out any sort of, push in, or even on the other side of things, if you're a defender, you can, like I said, stall out the push in. I'm mixing up my attacking side and my defense right now, but with the Killjoys online, you can annihilate the potential of those nanoswarms melting you as you get that push down.
A huge factor to be taken into consideration, but let's consider this following round upcoming. It's Lotus! That's a crazy aggressive push for no success. They dove right into that dark cover and only found pain and defeat.
That's tough. Betrayed by the one way too, right? And now, with that early pick here on the side of Irvine Valley College, actually opting for that full rotation. Interesting considering the fact that I don't believe Irvine actually has discovered where the Killjoy on the team of Wichita State is playing towards. Very standard setup. Actually, no nanoswarms have been invested thus far by the side of Pizzasaurus. Instead, just opting for those info abilities there with the turret watching lane, the alarm bot towards mid, and Irvine Valley College getting ready for a blitz here towards the B-site garage.
Pizzasaurus hit with paranoia and seeks.
Oh no,
too late. Unable to rush to the rescue, Pizzasaurus had no clue the Peach Cobbler tailwind to the back stairs. And this is a gimme. It's a gimme site here. Irvine Valley College. Great post plant setup. No one really in sight, creating a threat to them. Most of them dodging the 0 point. This is looking good.
Ooh, another second 0 point to come through. I don't believe catch anybody out though. So Fragment to go out here towards backside. Truman just trying to creep into the dark cover. Just around the corner from a right click. Will land that down, and it looks like what was nearly equalizing here is all up to Truman. A 3K, but Danny gonna shut him down. Now 1-0 here. Irvine Valley College secure the pistol.
Not a bad retake attempt, though, by Wichita in a clearly disadvantageous situation for them to whittle it down just to 2 more players. But also, a lot of that comes off the back of Truman, pretty much exclusively of Truman securing those 3 kills in that last-ditch effort to take back the site. But no quarter given, but a phantom given to Danny. We'll see how that plays out here in round 2.
The Vandal, potential difference maker. Playing solo towards a little dangerous, all things considered, and Seeks now already taking so much damage. That was a bit of a scary shrouded step there, right into the open, actually, of Arches.
Yeah, if Murky decided to take one peek, that would have been the end of Seeks. Truman sending out the flashbang. Might be able to take a long shot, but the rush outside of the dark cover. Able to remove 2, but IVC stand strong, keep their guns, and they will be A-okay going into this bonus.
Nice damage at the very least done by Wichita State University. So poking a couple holes into the wallets of Irvine Valley College, but again, this hero rifle to be carried over into round number 3 could be a huge difference maker, especially with how potent Danny has been. And now opting for more of that default spread here on the side of IVC. Looking actually for early A-long contention once again on the side of Wichita State University. IVC, they're playing back. They're not falling for it this time.
Murky won't have to deal with Truman taking that close angle on Cat. But they will have to be wary about this Prowler, not giving up any information. But Thiessen will hold this angle from Garden, so it's going to be a tricky maneuver to try and break into this angle.
Rotation's already being called from the A side. You're going to see the dark cover expended on towards B. Truman kind of itching that, okay, maybe there's a lurk here on Cat. Looking to walk through it. Murky takes a lot of damage. Suppressed and detected as well by Truman. And seems like Irvine Valley College looking to reset now towards the A side.
What's tough is that no information has been gained by the attacking team. They have no idea where anyone is, save for that Truman. He's hanging out in Garden. Well, there's an answer. Might have been able to detect some players, but with this adjustment of the position, this is open season, or it's about to be. Anyone who walks on through, they've got no flashes, they've got no option to open things up. And even so, Volk able to break on through with the help of their team. This defense here on A is standing strong, and there's no time left, even if they are able to clear things out.
First round on the board here for Wichita State. And, I mean, that third round, you kind of expect it to go that way. It was the bonus of Irvine Valley College, right? So they did as much damage as they could, but were not able to actually glean the round for themselves. However, going into this next bye here for IVC, we're going to see, okay, Nightfall is online for Volk. You also have Peach Cobbler 1 away from the Blade Storm, and Danny's 1 away from that Null Command. So could be a really nice combination to get the Null Command and Nightfall off at the same time. But with this positioning, looks like mid control once again. The name of the game here for IVC.
And it absolutely has to be, right? Because it gives them all of the options. We haven't seen mid to market yet. We haven't seen that as an option, but ensuring that you have positions on mid gives you access to cat and tree as well, and you always need to break in there if you want a successful A take. The lurkers, specifically in this time it's Seeks, hanging out in Garden will be an ever-present threat. But now the options are available. A smoke down to the back of mid may prove to be the pathway to market, and even eventually B.
Slow creep up towards mid actually turns into a whole beacon with that Null Command popped, so everyone on Wichita State knows where the KO is coming from. Falling back now towards Boathouse here on the side of Wichita State. First blood into the hands of Peach Cobbler.
Truman has no clue where that 0 point was going to be. They were keeping it safe, trying to be incognito inside the dark cover, but their cover is blown. They do have that Null Command if they want to make a retake. 3-on-2. Truman should lead the charge. It comes with a 0 point. Danny, the first point of contact. They have Volk as well to make it happen, but it's so slow to try and walk out. The second they're led up with a 3-kill spray transfer from Danny.
Flawless rounds here for Irvine Valley College, and really nice off-angle positioning there from Danny. I like how he committed to this swing as well, because, you know, you get that first pick down, then they know exactly where you're playing. You try and get an even greater advantage. And it looks like not quite the steamroll that Wichita State had on the Bind defenders, on Bind there in the last map, but at the same time, still pushing Wichita State now on the side of Irvine Valley College. They're going to be able to shove them into that awkward positioning with their money. It's another save round here for the side of WSU, and a blitz attack towards B.
To keep them seized inside. Oh, Peach Cobbler looking to avoid that flash drive. Thankfully, Sodachi able to keep them safe. This attack isn't without its faults, without its pains as well. Even so, they've lost one on the way. They have taken control of the site. Spike planted. It's a 3-on-4 for the retake.
Looking for early engagement there towards stairs. A nice paranoia to come through. Like the C's to come out as well to stall the push in. And it's just contact plays here now in the post plant for Irvine.
Pretty low. Actually in the back. They were the first one to go. Pizza Source followed up with a shot.
Oh!
And they're looking to make a great play. Some history potentially. Murky has to get out of there.
The reposition.
Using the from the shadows all the way on the other side, but there's safety. may be able to get a wall bang, but they planted behind the boxes, so it's a double bang that's necessary for the kill. Impossible to pull off.
A really nice updraft there from Lotus as well to just reposition, ensure that they can carry on the gun into the next round. Now on the side of Wichita State University with that thrifty round, we're going to see Pizzasaurus able to afford an operator. Will instead actually toss that over to the side of Lotus. So we saw Pizzasaurus was actually the chamber in the last game, right? So definitely comfortable on that particular weapon, but Lotus being the jet, having the tailwind, being able to get out scot-free if that reposition is needed.
Now this is an unexpected angle, nothing that IVC has seen yet, but based off this, we can't really expect a full-on A commitment at this point. Mid, again, the point of contention, point of impact. So you've got 3 players sitting in this area.
0 point to come out. Not going to catch anyone on the defender's side, though. So we still have this nice tree set up with the alarm bot, with the nanoswarm available. Pizzasaurus is actually swapping the way that they are playing these setups and whatnot. So really nicely played here. And then on the other side, you can see playing so far back here on towards B into back CT here on mid as well. Just waiting for that nightfall to come through. No one is looking to be caught out.
Sending out that nightfall, but no one will be tagged by it, but that's information enough. It's an open sight, but don't get too comfortable. Don't get too excited, because you do have danger lurking around the corner. Well, the first point of contact outside of the door, outside of Market, they have a lot of trouble headed their way. Unfortunately for them, they've got cover. Pizzasaurus will be the first to fall, and this is a full cross angle. All 4 players inside of CT right now. There is no hope of them breaking in unless they have activity starting off with the no command. Truman, the first one to fall, though, but actually the best one to die because they can be revived, but not if everyone gets destroyed in a matter of seconds.
IVC's handling these post planes so well on the B side. You can see them playing contact. You can see that, you know, one person posted up for the angle, and then you've got multiple people prepared for the swing just to ensure that they get the refrags down, pushing Wichita State now onto, once again, another eco. But their thrifty round went pretty well last time. We'll see if they can do the same thing this time around. Bladestorm's also available here for Lotus.
Potentially no connection here from the 0 point. It's time to make a move. No command. This time is on the side of the aggression, but no one will be there to meet them. This is such a laid-back defense. Pizzasaurus hanging out in hell. It'll be good for one before they fall. But through it all, it is a class act of an IVC attack. Again, it is a save round, so they don't have much. But we'll try and make sheriffs reality. Follow it up with the nightfall.
Oh, that deagle shot. Jesus just cleaning up right now here, Los.
Yeah, this is deadly now.
No.
Running out of ammo. Seeks and Thiessen, they make it happen. Through it all with the sheriffs in tow. I was slightly questioning the nightfall being brought to play, but this has worked wonders. They got all the information. They got the kills. They got the win, and now they're walking away with Phantoms in hand.
I like how they're not afraid to expend that util even on a thrifty round, seeing that they're scaling really nicely on the retake, using the nightfall as well just to ensure that they had the extra information or to at least push IVC off of their well-known post-plant positioning. It's a breath of fresh air, honestly, to see teams that are a little bit more happy and more so, I don't want to say trigger happy because it's not. I feel like that has like a negative connotation sometimes for being a little bit too excited to use your utility. But it's a big difference maker, right? And again, util to come out here, aggression, nice pairing with the fragment to earn this first blood.
Oh, right around the corner, it's Murky! And they were very satisfied with those initial kills and wanted more, but unfortunately, greed has come to collect its toll. But even so, Lotus hops out of the cloudburst and takes another.
Yeah, somehow in the mess of everything here towards B main, very scrappy fights as well. We're equalized 2v2. With this positioning, I believe that on the side of Pizzasaurus, they should be able to still reach some of their util. Okay, there we go. Okay, backing up, just to keep that turret still in range. So info given there for tree side, a nice stack, a little bit closer towards CT as which is state play in this pair. And a very silent contact move up towards B here. Not even electing to hit the switch.
30 seconds left.
Taking some damage.
One enemy remaining.
Pizzasaurus was the key there. If able to take down at least one, that would have made this task a lot more easy to pull off. With paranoia deafening them, making them look toward staircase, and hasn't even been planted. It can be stopped right now. They don't even need to go for the kill. No! But even so, Danny has a die-hard play, jumps onto Speedway and finishes them off, even enough time to spare to get this spike plant money.
I feel like that's kind of been the gimmick of Danny, right, in this matchup, going for these kind of unconventional positions, going for these swings when you wouldn't necessarily expect it, and coming out on top to secure the round for their team. Now a timeout being called here by IVC, despite winning the last round. So, you know, we've seen the stall timeouts come out from them, right, Liz, where they've been down rounds, they're trying to bring it back. This time around, they're trying to say, okay, what have we been doing that's working? What can we do to continue this momentum? And also, how do we stop the thrifty rounds coming out from Wichita State?
I think it comes from supreme confidence, thinking that you have the greater firepower, that you could pull things off. But even when IVC is down players, they can still turn rounds around. So I'm not sure why they're exclusively losing those rounds where they are in the advantageous position. But I'm thinking this from a BM standpoint. I'm a little bit of a rascal in the game. So this may, from my introspective point of view, this is an insult. Yeah, we just took you in a round like that. Why don't you sit on it for a moment and think about it?
Playing a little bit of the mental game, right? But, whew. Now, moving into this next round, a half buy here. Semi-eco from Wichita State. Got a couple guns in hand and already really early aggression here from Lotus. Can actually back up all the way towards Arches because they were in that unfavorable position, could not be traded out by the team. So I like to see that pulled back here on the defenders.
Wildly aggressive plays, but necessary. Wichita hoping to find an edge and secure that early pick in the round. Maybe able to create an opportunity, or at least dissuade opportunities away from IVC. Moving some key players in the beginning of the round slows the momentum completely, but this is the most that we've seen stacked up on Catwalk. If Truman can expect both of these, oh, they saw both. They have to know, followed up with the paranoia, or at least the dark cover, and they have their safety.
Going for a bit of spray and pray, and Nightfall again here from the attacking side. IVC full on going for this blitz onto A site, but little do they know there's a 4-stack already poised and ready for the retake situation. Okay, lockdown's about to go. Yep, I believe both at the exact same time here, so nice stall time. It's just gunfights here on through.
They want to destroy that lockdown, and they are doing a perfect job at it. Truman had the moment to try and stop things out. Oh no. Danny won't disrespect with the knife. A merciful classic right click to end this quickly. But IVC, they're strong, and there was two options that they had. They could have either gone away, back up, try and play to keep your lockdown in play until it comes down, or go crazy aggressive and charge into it. And it took option 2, and it worked perfectly for them.
Hey, when you've got the gun advantage, you don't want the enemy team to be able to gather any more space for themselves, right? So now a full-on eco here for the side of Wichita State. They're playing for that aggression here towards tree once again, going for a little jiggle peek out towards mid. Irvine Valley College. They favor this mid control so heavily, claiming control of Fountain, pushing up towards Cat early on.
Oh, Murky. Great opener. Followed up with another. Truman didn't stand a chance. And Lotus may want some blood, and they go for the swing. Good enough. A tailwind to try and convert that into an upgraded rifle. But Sodachi is there from tiles to ensure none of that takes place.
Gonna actually still have to reclaim the spike though, and you can see on the mini-map, you've got the jet on the side of IVC already pushing up towards Heaven, push through tree, so much space gained. You've gotta think, IVC have to have the read that the flank is the retake game here for Wichita State. So much util available here for Danny as well. With this door being closed towards tree, even more info is about to be given.
Oh, a dash away from window. There wasn't a chance to clear it. And that haunt is giving some decent information. I mean, Danny is in a safe position. Teasing so badly hurt. It seems to be an impossibility. And they can pull this off, but if they can cause some damage along the way out, maybe it won't be too bad of a situation. Regardless, IVC not losing to a Thrifty. They're holding strong 3 rounds in a row.
This is actually the first timeout that we're seeing being called here from Wichita State University in this best of 3 series thus far. And I mean, I want to touch back to that last map. On Bind, that was, I believe, a 13-5 win there for Wichita State on their map pick. Right now, IVC looking really, really good here on Ascent. Almost like a completely different team compared to their run on Bind. So I'm wondering if it really is coming down to these comfort map picks here for both of them.
Sometimes that is what it's all about. You have this idea, you have these different strategies that you run, or everyone knows a position to be in. Everyone knows exactly what their angles are going to be. And comfort on a map definitely speaks volumes. If you're feeling hot, you got your hands ready for the match, you just have a bit more confidence taking these plays. And there have been a lot of positions and executions coming from IVC that require confidence, that you have to walk in and believe in your ability to make this happen, specifically when that double lockdown was going down. You have to be confident that you could clear this out. You aren't going to lose this gunfight, because it could have easily gone in favor of WSU, but IVC just had that strength to push through and secure that round for themselves.
That's very true. A heavy default now to come out here from IVC, leaning towards a main. So this is a really big change for them. On the attacking side, we've normally seen IVC often going for that early mid control. This time around, going for that kind of a lot of aggression up towards a main, claim that space for now. Don't show much more presence otherwise, but really late mid presence instead. Hunt to go through for top Cat, but that's not going to bait too much out here from the defenders quite yet.
The fragment, but the real story is Lotus securing the opening frag. Not something that has happened too much for Wichita State, but now with the no command, Truman playing for the anti-flash, but no flash arrived. So they're only facing the wall for their defeat like an execution squad. This execute is successful, but it's still a 4-on-4 retake situation.
Gonna be difficult to retake with the op as well. Nightfall to come out, tags about 3 members, I believe, but aggression now with the cloud dropping here up towards Heaven. Regardless, it's all up to Volk in a 1v2 situation.
Pizzasaurus not allowing them one step further. Seeks will be there for the defusal. They do have an option, handing that over to ensure the lockdown, but no. Operator takes priority in this situation, and rightfully so. It allowed Lotus to get the opening pick, which, if not gained, could have changed the trajectory of this round and given 8 to IVC.
That's true. I mean, when it comes down to the actual scoreline, things not looking too bad. Still close matchup thus far. If Wichita State can actually secure a 5th round on the board, we'll be heading into one of the most deceiving halves of the game, right? You look at 7-5, it's like, okay, 2-round advantage for one team, but if the currently losing team does manage to secure that pistol, it could just be tied up just like that, right? And with the 0 point to come through, we're going to see the operator now pushed back. As I say that, of course, the caster curse does come out. Lotus with first blood.
This has the blades out as well, and they're keeping their focus in the back of mid when you should really fear Pizzasaurus. Lotus there for the trade as they fall, and it's a huge round. It's a full house. They have taken their 5th round, and this idea, this turnaround with the pistol round, may come to fruition, Ash.
Time will tell. I mean, now that we're on the attacking side, Lotus was the, the top frag there for which to stay on the defense, right? But now, gonna actually really be able to shine, being able to kind of control the tempo for their team as far as creating space on the attack, opening up picks and whatnot. Thus far, it does look like your typical default spread here for Wichita State. Interesting change, though, from IVC. We saw, actually, Pizzasaurus there on WSU elected to stick more so towards B for the most part at the beginning of their defensive half. And IVC doing the opposite, investing their Killjoy utility over towards A instead, which actually can usually said to be a bit more of a difficult site to hold and often favored actually for the Killjoy on that side of the map.
Perhaps some confidence in the gunplay that so did she from the top rope of heaven would be able to work in conjunction. Also, we do have an aggressive play. Peach Cobbler hoping to get crazy, but they will lose the Sheriff. And this is a big win, a big opener here for Wichita State. They may even press the advantage. Lotus not looking to push their luck. Continue to spam through the dark cover.
Look how far away the spike is, though. You still see it traveling all the way through B main. 0 point to come out, so no smokes available there for Murky, and Sodachi still trying to hold down the fort in Pizza. It's going to be a 1v5 here for Murky. Things are looking like pistol round will go into the hands of Wichita here.
Anything can happen here at the Maystar League, but just because it can happen doesn't mean it will, which is to take the pistol in convincing fashion. A flawless one, a team ace even. Everyone gets a piece of the pie. But not enough, though, to bring out a rifle, the aggressive type, coming into this forced buy, and maybe that's the right decision.
Playing a little bit safe. I mean, we've seen that IVC has really shown so far that Ascent is a very comfortable map for them as opposed to the bind that we saw earlier. So maybe not wanting to risk putting that into their hands if they somehow lose out to a thrifty round. As I say that, shoddy here for Peach Cobbler, gonna inch their way up towards a main. Actually gonna play for that switch area. But thus far, Wichita State, they're playing a very passive default thus far, kind of waiting for aggression maybe to come out from IVC early.
And this is a look back into Bind where they were always willing to play things slow as a tortoise. But maybe not that slow because they've got the weapons. You're looking at a team with just pistols. And they aren't going to be too keen to get aggressive, especially how last time it gave them a complete advantage control of B site. But that's going to be a lot of information. 3 or 2 players tagged up with the 0 point. So it might cause for some rotations. No.
They don't want to get baited out. I think kind of anticipating those default plays from Wichita, actually not going to expect this blitz here through Barrage.
They're so used to the fakes. They're not ready for a real. It's like the execute that cried wolf. Danny now, the first one to deal with this push, has the right click, but unable to hit it. The tracking, unable to be there. Danny loses it out. The lone defender on the site itself. And there's the plant.
Oh, this is... Okay, everyone's like conga lining it up towards lane there, but Pizzasaurus to clean up. With the 3K here, a flawless round for Wichita State University means that a really strong bonus is about to come through on their end.
Oh, their economy is booming. So they have money to play around with, but not even enough money to have full shields for Danny and Murky investing into their utility. So this is incredibly questionable. Okay, Murky will commit to have that shields. I thought for a second going in without any armor at all, that would be crazy.
It would be a dangerous play. Risk losing that rifle early on, but once again, typical here for Wichita State University going for that default. You see that they also really favor this alt orb control on their side as well, and I really like that, especially for the bonus round, because you want to make use of it for as much as you can. You know, try to get those ultimates online, try to farm those orbs, and they do damage to the economy of the enemy team when you're kind of expecting to potentially lose out the round because of disadvantage regardless.
Yeah, that lockdown can be such a pain to deal with. Even following it up. Oh, in the very moment Lotus isn't aiming down the scope, that's when an opportunity presents itself. But here now, opportunity potentially taken. Do have a lockdown. However, I'm not too confident it'll be played in terms of taking this site.
We've got pings going out, so I think those are maybe nano swarm lineups that are potential here. The lockdown that you mentioned will make an appearance. And those are the chokes that the enemy team is looking towards holding it down. But it's not a null command, so this Killjoy utility is still going to be available, zoning off some of the attackers from sight.
No one hiding in hell. Not a great place to be either.
Blocking sight.
Don't have the perfect weaponry. However, keeping consistent one-ways, stall out time. Danny creating an opening, but they're very wary because you've got two players walking up catwalk. If this flank comes through as a real possibility, it will be crazy, but you do have Volk right around the corner.
Oh no! The
Potentially
timing?
not expecting two, though. Comes the swing. The shots don't connect, but Danny falls. Setting out the paranoia could be critical. Followed up with a swing. No! But it's good enough for Volk. They just have to play the time.
Fake TP Seeks. There's no time left. Just gonna go for the picks. And a huge bonus to come out here as Seeks clutches it out here for Wichita State University. Running down the clock. That paranoia had so much impact and was the deciding factor in this round.
A beautiful lineup of the two of them, and a smart play by Volk, understanding that a flank from catwalk is imminent.
But unfortunately, not realizing that there are two players that are doubling it up in that flank. And not noticing that was the cause. Not being able to take out Seeks in that final moment cost them that round, and what a painful one it is to lose. It's Wichita State now with crazy money in the bank, great momentum, and a lead on top of it all.
Tailwind being activated early here for Lotus as well, looking for aggression already towards Arches. Just about to catch Murky off guard, a huge haunt to garner that information as well. Unfortunately though, Wichita was not able to shoot out the 0 point, so going to be stalled out here towards mid just a little longer as Peach Cobbler earns this space here towards B main. They're not going to expect someone to spawn.
And why would they? But honestly,
that's a good answer.
But honestly, no. It's sorry that seemed mean. But no, the way that Wichita has been playing, you can't put it past them with how passive they are.
Oh no.
In these moments. But no, with a great flash drive, Danny there with the double spray down. The stinger that we've been hoping would get redemption has found it for a brief moment. But now it's another weapon that has lost its luster and valor. It's the Bucky in the hands of Volk.
Oh, up towards market as well. They know that Volk had the Bucky in hand, but abandoning all these weapons on site, gonna put a Vandal in for them. Volk with a clean one tap on Pizzasaurus, equalizing now in a 1v1 situation. Spike to be initiated, but doesn't look like Volk will be here just in time. This is gonna leave Truman with an advantage. No!
Woo!
Great finisher. Volk ditching the Bucky, while unfortunate, is necessary. They're going to tie things back up. It's 8-8. A huge clutch
not only with the ability to find those 2 kills, but staying alive when there's tons of pressure. You could hear the footsteps of your opponents, the ravenous Raptors, clickety-clackety with their talons outside of the door. Escaping them and finding that redemption is huge. A great play by Volk.
IVC is also going to have the Nightfall available for this round, right? So huge retake potential with Volk now into this next one. And are actually seeing an attacking sided operator coming out from Lotus, looking for an early pick there towards top mid. Murky would be the only one to potentially be first point of contact, but holding back thus far. Information that the op is online has yet to be given.
Long play of waiting it out, but we do see that Peach Cobbler, they've taken a forward position inside of B main. However, I'm wondering when they're going to get aggressive. The last 2 instances of that taking place, it has not paid off for them. Most notably, a loss with a Stinger looking into the spawn. Painful one to do, but here comes the Nightfall. As Pizzasaurus opens things up, but they aren't able to follow on through. Retaliation of the Nightfall. It's the 0 or the no command. But even so, KO on KO, Truman will stand tall.
Really nice anti-flash play there to get the refrag for Lotus when blinded. Now a retake game here as a spike is initiated here on the A site in front Jenny. Seeks taking an aggressive angle on towards Heaven. Will be met with 1, get the drop on Peach Cobbler. Volk to try and push him off the angle using the Prowler, but it doesn't matter. Seeks will come out on top.
Beautiful transfer from Seeks.
Okay,
Murky,
Murky?
Creating an opportunity here. Moving 2, but still in a deathly ill position. No paranoia to speak of. And looking to make the play outside of the doorway. They are unsuccessful. The double spray down ensures it. And this is a back and forth blow for blow battle we're seeing here on Ascent.
Yeah, there was not much that Murky really could do in that situation, right? They were holding with 2. Unless you got like the most insane spray transfer down, it played out exactly as intended as far as the side of that post plant for which it is state. But again, we have the Nightfall online here for Volk. It is an eco round here for Irvine Valley College, so not certain if we're going to actually see any ultimates coming through, but it looks like they are trying to get some info on towards B main, maybe get the Blade Storm online, but so far stalled out by that B main presence.
Lotus, the omnipresent threat with the operator, will always cause pause for Volk. As Volk wants to challenge this, they want to have control of mid from Market. They'll go in for a peek every now and then, but they know it's impossible. It is inevitable that if you stay around, you linger too often, you will find yourselves in that crosshair. We've got a single option, single defender hanging out. Actually, no. Now potentially 3 waiting in the wings for Garden.
Oh, turret taken down though, and that's actually going to force Nanostorms to be expended here on the side of Irvine Valley College. Just holding pretty passive thus far. Actually going to choose to peek through the smoke here now, following that Prowler, but it's a quick rotation being called by the attackers over towards B. 20 seconds left. Teason might not check Market, and that's going to give Peach Cobbler the pick down, equalizing 4-4 as the retake is about to come through on the B side.
That's a nice kill, but you gotta be kidding me with these Wichita State rotations. This is just so annoying to play against.
Oh, the
quick scope from Lotus. Will they follow it up? They've got 2 bullets left in the magazine. Looking for Danny, but Danny finds the shot first. It's Stinger Vengeance, but you have to watch your back because Pizzasaurus coming from Pizza will stab you in the back.
Hey, this is what Pizzasaurus was known for on Bind, too. You know, being that lurking chamber on the other site, just reflanking you while you're trying to take that retake through, and having so much impact as far as getting the picks down, getting value out of that time spent on the lurk. This is going to give double digits now over towards Wichita State University. Again, they won the first map here, Los, so if they can clean up on Ascent, this is going to be series point.
This is a huge round to win. Economy desolate for IVC. Forced into another... Oh, boy. Forced into another save round will be a true issue.
Yep.
Danny is getting up close and personal. They got the first shot over onto Volksher, but are they expecting another? I can tell you that Lotus is. The way they're standing, Danny has been telegraphed in red.
I don't know if playing so far up was really the play for IVC there. They had a null commands available for a post-plant retake situation, right? And now, like you said, their eco is hurting at the moment. If they can't secure this buy round for themselves, Murky now sought out by the Prowler. It could be all over. Going for the utility. Murky will fall, and Lotus with a 3K 2v2 here as Spike and Lockdown are initiated.
Well, they have time. They can back off. Door is down. Will be broken in a moment. All this does is isolate the gunfight, but now that you have the Cloudburst, this could be an issue. Unless you've got a great spray. Truman gets the shot. Peach Cobbler has to push this one. They have no options. They have no Cloudburst left to make this a defensive play. Pushing through, it's Lotus. Jumping around with the Blade Storm. They don't care. And it's a 4K. It's 11 for WSU.
And this was exactly the control of pacing that I was talking about here for Lotus. 25 and 14 right now. Top of the leaderboard here across both teams and the team MVP for Wichita State University. So much impact. Almost nearly good for that first blood. Round per round on the attacking side now. Meanwhile, Irvine Valley College on this eco just might be looking towards match point.
Maybe the case, Peach Cobbler. If they could put on a heroic effort, they hope to have this updraft. Any vision given, no information received. Block off with that dark cover. Ensure that.
Just slowing things down, letting the round breathe a little bit on either side. I think Wichita State University on this anti-eco for themselves. They're playing pretty far back. They do have a main control in their hands, but otherwise we're kind of waiting, I think, for maybe aggression from Irvine Valley College. And so much utility now to be expended here towards the A side. Lockdown to come out as well here as they look to blitz here. But no one's actually scaled onto site yet.
Maybe a good idea at that, but they want to wait out all of this utility. It's a sea of abilities. They have a life preserver, I suppose. No one's even going to attack them. Nobody's pressing them. But even so, what weapons do they have to press? It's coming through. It's 3 players hanging out in Garden. Actually, 4. All 4 of them potentially trying to break through the door once that dark cover risk dissipates. I honestly don't know what the plan is here.
I mean, right now, it looks like the Nightfall will come through for the defenders, but it's a bloodbath here on site. A flawless round to take match point here for Wichita State University as they clean up with those eco kills. Still, I mean, Irvine Valley College are not out of the game yet, but map point, series point, because WSU got that first map down. It's a best of 3 series, and it's this climb up 4 rounds in a row required to secure overtime here to keep IVC in this series.
I think I know the new key for victory. It's somehow get the op out of Lotus's hands. They have been such a major threat. But also, while they have had those flashy moments, everyone on Wichita State is a serious threat. Peach Cobbler, an opportunity and angle to go massive, but not with that flash drive. That's crazy.
Ooh, first blood for the first time in a while into the hands of Irvine. But Peach Cobbler is going to eat a lot of damage for that as well. Now down to 2 HP. No healers in sight for either team. And Pizzasaurus does manage to equalize towards A, but look at where the spike is leaning. Leaning towards the B side, and already you have rotations pulled from the defenders towards A.
And we know how Wichita likes to play it. They'll basically get to the point of planting that spike and decide, you know what? I think B was a better option. Let's go there.
Yep. But that deep alarm bot, it's going to provide so much info. Pizzasaurus now pushing up towards tree.
30 seconds
Could
left.
get 2 for free if the rotation's called just in the nick of time. 30 seconds left on the clock. Spike's leaning towards B. It's going to be the end here on the B site.
Lotus knows. If a single peek comes through, they'll be there to answer it. However, so did Chi. Kick down a shot. Player in logs. Still is time. 2 on 4. The quick scope again. This just feels illegal. Lotus is playing the wrong game. But they're still able to find this aim. This season's going to be a bit of an issue with that decay, especially flash drive coming out. A wall bang onto Peach Cobbler. Now turned into a 2v2. If Truman is able to get around this corner, at least find one. No! The no command is gone! Lotus with 2 more shots on the operator put this operation to close.
Ooh, a clean sweep here for Wichita State University. GG's to both teams. We saw that Irvine Valley College really brought it back on Ascent, showed us what they were made of, but unfortunately just weren't able to gather themselves on the first map.
No, it was a bit more difficult for them to find their start back on Bind, and it also comes along with trying to understand the plays that came out of Wichita State, because they were such tricky rascals, I would say, because of what we were just speaking about. Having that restraint to not push onto a site, being willing to get everyone from your opponent's team to run over, rotate, wait even till there are, 25 seconds left for a rotation, and then once you get onto that site, there's no one left to defend against you. You have that perfect retake scenario or post-plant setup, so you have all the time in the world to ensure that you will have the best angles possible.
It's definitely true. What I really liked from the attacking side of Wichita State on Ascent as well was they had a lot of conditioning that they invested in, right? Nearly every single round you would see that Prowler to go out towards A main. You would see, the KO playing back outside of B, forcing out that, I believe that was the one way there in B main as well. So a lot of utility to be forced out from the defenders early on in the round due to that conditioning, right? So this is what allowed those last minute hits to come to fruition, because there wasn't as much stall potential on the side of IVC in those late defensive halves.
And that is just such a difficult way to go down, and I think we talked so much about Lotus. There is some serious star power with that player. I was talking about how the whole team is making an effort, and they are. But honestly, Lotus stepped up in so many ways once the operator landed in that player's hand, especially as the Jet. There was no stopping them. How many quick scopes did we see, Ash? It just felt wrong. It felt like we were just watching a highlight reel instead of a competitive match.
Yeah, there was just a lot of impact in the hands of Lotus, right? So confident, so reliable, actually, for those first bloods, and setting the tone for the remainder of the round. Second you get that first blood in your hands there, especially on the attacking side, it just allows you to scale up really nicely with that momentum, continue to look for information because the defenders don't have nearly as much to work with.
Yeah, but speaking to the rest of this team, I believe this was such a cohesive unit. It took some time for Wichita to really step things up, but that's also due in part of IVC getting their bearings. They had more strength on attack. We didn't get to see too much attack from them back on Bind because it was already such a high round disparity that Wichita had earned. So we didn't have the opportunity to see what they were capable of, and they were on that double controller, so they didn't have the full tools that were available to an attacking team. So I'm glad we were able to find some more strength from this spot, and definitely a great series overall. Unfortunately, did not go to 3, but again, this is just the beginning of the Valorant season. It is so exciting to see what else we have in store for these teams. And I believe, as you said, it was just a bye round earlier for Wichita, so that was their first game coming out to this. At least, I believe it's a little hard to read the stats.
Yeah, but again, like you mentioned, I feel like that's such an important point to discuss as well, is the fact that we're so early on within the NACE League, Star League that is, that you're going to have the higher seeds facing off against the lower seeds. So you're expecting a bit more of one-sided matchups to kick things off. And then once we get the ball rolling later on into the season, that's when things get super close. And we see those really fun, tight matchups.
Yeah, but it's all about also checking out the personal growth that we can see from these different squads, because they're going to be practicing. They're working all semester long to find out if they can reach the top end. As we discussed in the beginning of at least our half of the broadcast, you're going to ask me the little more interesting one. No offense to Call of Duty. Love it. We love it. We love Call of Duty, but, you know, we're some Valorant folks. But as you said, there's a strong build-up, not even just getting into those conference finals, the playoffs. You have that last chance qualifier where even if you weren't at the top of your game in the beginning of the season, you can come back. You can bring it back through, you know, getting the that great practice in, fighting against other teams, and even going into those extracurricular activities if you want to take that team to the outside of the NACE Star League. But we're going to keep it in-house, right, folks? We have more esports action here at the NACE Star League. We've got Super Smash Bros. Ultimate tomorrow, Thursday, and on Friday, we're rounding out the week with Counter-Strike. You got to stick around. You got to make sure you're subscribed to twitch.tv/NACE Star League.
Yeah, I mean, we did have you guys waiting because we were hoping for the interview to come through that we did mention earlier, but unfortunately looks like that's not going to come around this time. So Los, any final words before we close things out?
Well, I'm just happy to be back on the desk here for Valorant, but I also want to give a big shout out to all our sponsors here at the NACE Star League. It's Extra Life, Corsair, Monster, BetterHelp, Duncan, and Mavix. Thank you so much for making this possible, for putting on this competition for all these students to get together and show us what they got.
Well, all said and done, I guess we're heading out for the night. Los, it was a pleasure to cast with you this week, and looking forward to seeing you back on the deck next week. If you guys enjoyed us, definitely check out our Twitter handles, but we will peace out for now. Stay tuned for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate tomorrow.